Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Reno City Planning Commission Wednesday, August 30th meeting. And if you could join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Levis, will you lead us, please? Excellent. Thank you very much. Michelle, can I have roll call, please?
Okay, Mark Johnson,
Here.
Ed Hawkins,
Here.
John Marshall,
Here.
Paula Levis,
Here.
Britton Griffith Douglas, Kevin Weisky,
Here.
Peter Gower.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Move on to public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment. And I would actually like to use this time for my public comment, and then I'll hand it over to another commissioner for public comment to welcome our new commissioner. And I'm going to ask Britton to introduce herself and say welcome.
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Britton Griffith Douglas for the record, and I am excited for my first evening here with you guys. My position 9 to 5 is with Reno Engineering Corporation, and we're actually located here in City Hall, and we're a civil engineering and development services company, locally owned and operated. So thanks.
Thanks so much. Welcome. And with that, we'll move on. I do have a couple request to speak forms. Remember, if you do have a public comment, please fill out one of these pink forms and indicate the case number. I have 3 for general public comment that we're not indicating the case number. The others I have for our public hearing tonight, so we'll get to those when we get to our public comment for that item. So with that, the first one that I have is from Victoria Edmondson Andrews, followed by Jenna O'Neill, please. And when you come up to speak, if you could state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes. And I just request for this item and for when we get to our public hearing that if the speakers could just be respectful of everyone while they're up there. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good evening. My name is Victoria Edmondson Andrews. I am an RN, and during my course of study at the Westminster College, Salt Lake City, I also carried a double major in physics. So I am all about health and safety. I'm very concerned about the EMF potential coming off of the power lines that cross this Stonegate property, and I just wanted to educate you guys a little bit about EMF. We are discovering more and more every day about the dangers of the proximity of high power lines and other EMF sources, including cell phones, to our general health. And this is not a 345 kilovolt power line, but this does show the health hazards to just general humans and plants in relationship to power lines. I also have a statement from the May 31st, 1995 Washoe County Commission to, it was part of its public agency comment set 22 regarding before they approved the power lines. It says that health effects of electromagnetic field surges. Washoe County citizens living adjacent to the proposed transmission corridor have expressed concern with the possibility of detrimental health effects from electromagnetic fields on their children, pets, livestock, and themselves. And quality of life for the people of the North Valleys was also taken in consideration at that time. Some testimony from people at some of the multiple hearings that they held at that time. A statement of Mr. Winfield. He's opposed to the power line for health reasons, and he says that they took a fluorescent bulb under the power line that was a 345 kilovolt transmission line, and the bulb lit up. And they sued the HLMP because they wanted to run the high power line right next to schools. They were successful in that endeavor. It was later overturned, but they did successfully force the HLMP to reroute the power line away from the schools. There are schools that are subject of this property. And another comment from a Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill says on pages 28 to 33 in the fourth paragraph, it says, considering a minimum setback of 300 feet from the transmission line or substation or any future occupied structure as parcels crossed by the proposed project. That means 600 feet, 300 on each side. And I would like you to think about a football field. It's like a football field on either side of the power line set back. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria, thank you. Next up, Jenna O'Neill, please, followed by Tammy Holstill.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Jenna O'Neill. I'm a resident of Cold Springs. And many of us have spoken in the past about the infrastructure issues, wanting to see those taken care of before any additional development is undertaken. Two things I wanted to bring to your attention. We had the Cold Springs fire, I think, since the last meeting. One thing I think it was mentioned at the last meeting that Stonegate wants to cut off that frontage road that runs along their property. The only way in and out during that fire, several times as the highway was shut down, was that frontage road. So it's something to be taken into consideration for access, emergency access especially. The other thing is that Stonegate the property has proposed a high school in an area that makes absolutely no sense from the perspective of traffic in and out of the school during school hours, and also just causing major roadblocks in that whole area and the flooding danger from White Lake as we've seen this year. Thank you.
Okay, Jenna, thank you.
Good afternoon, Tammy Holtstill for the record, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. I'd also like to bring up that something to be thinking about is they're planning on attaching to the Cold Springs sewer plant. I am not sure because I have not been able to see this schematics, but I understand that they are pumping into an aquifer from their discharge. If they are only doing it 200 feet, you're only hitting one aquifer. You're not hitting the lower one. And as you can see by White Lake right now, something to think about between the developments around all three of our closed basins and where Burning Man is at now, they didn't think they were going to have Burning Man, but yet that water saturated into the ground and evaporated. It wasn't evaporation only. Something to be thinking about. Why is it that playa lost water and ours have not? There's something that is being done to change it. And messing with Mother Nature is not helping. Also, the city of Reno needs to start thinking about their proper planning. Infrastructure first and foremost. Your schools, your police, your fire, your emergency services, traffic, those are the things that need to be looked at before anything else is built. Thirdly, the city of Reno should be following the NRSs that are out there. It states you're not supposed to be postage stamping. If you're going to take a section, you take the whole section. You don't get a strip of land and then take a piece here and a parcel there. You take the whole area. And that's something else that needs to be looked at because you are violating statutes by doing so, because you're making your own interpretation of the law instead of keeping it to the standard interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last comment card I have for general public comment. The others I have for our public hearing item. Anyone else wishing to make a comment under public comment, general public comment?
I filled out one of those forms.
Well, that was for the hearing.
Please come forward and we'll take your comment. If you could state your name when we get up there so I can find your comment card, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, my name's David Dunbar. I live on Volunteer and South Avenue, right, right by the Stone Gate and Hines Ranch. There's more wildlife in my front yard than in a zoo. There was 6 antelope in the field today coming here in Hines Ranch, and the water runoff going into White Lake, that's going to be forming, a Lemon Valley in Cold Springs for the other side of the people, And there was ditches that weren't there from all the runoff. I live on a hill, so either side there was, washouts 3 feet deep on either side from the runoff this year. And we take that watershed away from that field, it's gonna flood everybody. And there's eagles out there, there's golden eagles, there's bald eagles, there's thousands of rabbits, 6 or 7 bunches of quail, all different sizes this year, there's deer. Where are they gonna go? And the fire, just like everybody else said. We need the police and the stuff first, and the fire station, the infrastructure. And the wildlife is what I'm getting at, And the traffic on 395 going to work every day, you see that back to Panther Valley. We put more houses and more everything in there without the, freeway being wider. And the intersection, the interchange right there, it's gonna be a bottleneck. Wrecks and people and, the whole bit again. So think about it real big, you guys. That's all I'm saying. Thanks.
Thanks, David. Anyone else wishing to make a comment under general public comment? See none, I will close general public comment and move on to approval of the minutes. The first set of minutes we have is from our June 29th meeting, which was the precursor to this meeting. Commissioners, any feedback on those minutes?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
Commissioner Weisky. I would request that we postpone a vote on this item because after reading the meeting minutes, there's discussion that is not included or noted in the meeting minutes that I think is vital to this particular item that we're here for tonight, that should be included or at least noted in the meeting minutes, and I will turn the specific information over to staff, including the time slots of the video that I went back and rewatched from our first hearing of about where to find those items. So if we can hold that off until our next meeting or till staff revises the meeting minutes, I think that should be done.
Okay, is that a motion to postpone?
Yes, motion to postpone, please.
Okay, do I have a second?
Commissioner Hawkins, second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor for postponing?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining from those minutes?
I need to abstain from those minutes.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson.
We don't need to abstain though. If
I don't have to abstain on that motion, though.
Yeah.
I only have to abstain on the approval of the
Approval.
minutes.
Okay.
So
Okay.
okay. That's true. I'll vote yes, though.
Okay, so 7 yeses? Anyone opposed? No, okay, we will postpone. Our next set of minutes then is for our July 20th, 2017 meeting. Entertain a motion to approve if there are no comments.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Okay, have a motion.
Commissioner Johnson, I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And abstentions? Commissioner Hawkins abstains.
Commissioner Douglas abstains.
And you were there?
I was there.
Okay,
Thanks for remembering me.
excellent. All right, so covered that one. 4-3 then, Reno City Planning Commission regular meeting of August 2nd, 2017. Again, entertaining a motion if there were no changes.
Commissioner Weisky, so moved.
Have a motion, do I have a second? Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Johnson, I'll second.
Motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Abstentions?
Commissioner Douglas abstains.
Okay,
Commissioner Olivas, abstain.
okay,
And I abstain.
okay. I think we had enough to pass. 4.
I'm sorry, who else abstained?
We had Commissioner Douglas, Commissioner Marshall, Commissioner Olivas. Abstaining? Commissioner Weisky, Hawkins, Gower, and Johnson approving.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to City Council liaison reports. Claudia?
I have nothing from Councilwoman Beckus this evening.
Okay. So from there, we will move on to our unfinished business and public hearings for the evening. This is item 6.1, resolution number 0616, case numbers LDC 17-00008 and LDC 17-00009 for the Stonegate Master Plan and PUD. And before we move forward with this item, I am going to turn it over to Commissioner Marshall for disclosures.
Thank you very much. Fellow commissioners, I'd like to make a disclosure and then discuss the consequences of that disclosure. In 2005, I think I have all these dates right, but I don't think they matter all that much. The city of Reno annexed essentially the undeveloped portions of the Cold Springs Valley and left the developed portions within the city, unincorporated Washoe County. I was contacted at that time, I'm an attorney, and I was contacted that time, and I became the attorney for the Citizens for Cold Springs and Joan and Ray Liscum, who are residents of Cold Springs Valley. And we sued the city of Reno and the property owners to seek to overturn the annexation. In 2006, the city of Reno rezoned and reclassified under master plan classifications, land use classifications, the same area. And on behalf of the Citizens for Cold Springs, Joan Liscum and one other gentleman, I can't remember his name right now, we sued the city of Reno, or I, on behalf of these clients, sued the city of Reno over the zoning for this area. These are relevant because the area that are under consideration tonight for master planning and PUD and rezoning are contained within the annexed area of that lawsuit, the first lawsuit, and the rezoned area of the second lawsuit. In 2010, the Nevada Supreme Court ruled finally in the rezone and master plan reclass case and upheld our challenges, or the client's challenges in part, and denied the petition in part and remanded to the city. The city thereafter rezoned in compliance with, they fixed the problems, and that's the base zoning that is now up for consideration to change. In 2013, after one other time up to the Supreme Court and back, the Supreme Court affirmed the annexation. So that lawsuit was over in 2013. It's been there for 4 years since I have represented any interest in Cold Springs. And so with that background, I'd like to go into the bases that the applicants here have said I should recuse myself, not only disclose, but recuse myself. And I think it's interesting, and forgive me for taking a little bit of time, because it does illustrate the panoply of laws that we have to operate under for conflicts. And they're really threefold. And for me personally, there's three. Probably for the rest of you, there's really only two. The first one is NRS 281, Chapter 281A, which is our basic ethics and government disclosures. And the key one here, I had no financial relationship with the clients because I did all this work pro bono. And the key here was whether or not under 281A.420, do I have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the citizens of Cold Springs as a result of the representation that ended in 2013. The law on this is pretty clear that if you are in a current attorney-client relationship, that is a commitment in a private capacity. However, there is no express guidance on whether or not you have a disqualifying interest that you must recuse yourself if you the representation has ended 4 years ago. And the applicants were kind enough to provide various citations, which I've looked at. Oh, I should also disclose that I talked with Mr. Panier, the counsel for the applicants. I talked with the attorneys at the Nevada Ethics Commission. I talked with the attorneys at our city attorney's office, including our city attorney, and I've talked with the attorneys at the State Bar Association of Attorneys to talk about one of the other issues that will come up. So with all that said, I don't find that there is a disqualifying conflict under 281A because the representation which would have created some sort of binding commitment in a private capacity ended 4 years ago. The second area is rules that apply to attorneys specifically. And that's, in particular, it's rules of professional conduct, Rule 1.11. And that is a section that essentially requires disclosure and abstention when there's a matter in which the lawyer participated personally and substantially while in private practice or non-governmental employment. The question becomes here is what is a personal and substantial matter? Personally and substantially. I did participate personally and substantially in the cases. I was the sole attorney for the Citizens for Cold Springs. But the question is it the same matter? And that it's a different zoning case, but one could reasonably argue, I think, that there is a potential overlap between the issues that were present in the annexation and the rezone the first time around and the issues before us tonight. The second, and again, there's not any particular guidance here other than Attorney General opinion that talks about whether or not you have whether the present occupation really of the attorney in the same matter forces you to recuse. The final element, in the one that I find most compelling, is due process. That we're dealing here with due process on a couple of different sides, including the property owners who are before us and the citizens, but they both require, or when we're acting upon these issues, due process requires notice and an opportunity for a fair hearing. And the question here is the fair hearing part, and in particular my participation in a hearing that could decide the property rights of all elements here, and whether or not there is an appearance of undue bias as a result, or prejudice as a result of my prior association as counsel with the Citizens for Cold Springs. The issue I find most compelling here is the fundamental integrity of this decision-making body. And that it is, I think, more than perhaps a particular sharply defined due process interest associated with the property interests of any of our audience's members here. It is of significant concern for me that we do not individually participate in matters in which there could be a reasonable appearance of conflict. Now, a reasonable appearance of conflict has a couple of key things in it. One, it's an objective standard. It's not what I think or what an applicant or another person thinks, but whether objectively I have either undue bias or I could not be objective in this deciding this matter. And it's not just an actual conflict, it's the appearance of a conflict that can also disqualify. Here, I don't think there is an actual conflict because there just is no remaining commitment in an attorney-client sense, and this is enough of a different matter that I believe there is no direct conflict. However, I am convinced that there is the likelihood of appearance. And that, to me, is the most critical aspect of what we do. This particular planning case before you is, like a number of the others, is going to be one of the most critical decisions, I think, that we can make and we could recommend as planning commissioners to the future of the city of Reno and the Truckee Meadows. It sets the development pattern. It has the critical issues of the resilience of our communities to a whole host of environmental pressures. But I've come to the conclusion after unfortunately speaking too long and in consultation with a number of peoples that I should recuse myself, and I will recuse myself from the consideration of both LDC 17 dash, do I have to say all the zeros or can I just say 8? And LDC 17409. So thank you very much for bearing with me and hearing me out. What this is not a precedent for is a recusal on any other matter that relates to development and intensification at the urban fringe. It is critical here that I represented probably some folks out in the audience, although I don't know who all was in the client group, on the rezone of this particular piece of property before us tonight. So thank you, and I will depart.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall, and thanks for explaining that, because I think it is a unique situation that you find yourself in, so appreciate you taking the time to walk us through that. Another item before we move forward with presentations is I'm going to turn it over to legal counsel and going to look for some information related to the findings that are included in the staff report related to the master plan. In the staff report, there were 2 sets of findings. One of them is related to the master plan amendment before us. The other one's related to the zone change before us. And I'm going to ask legal counsel for clarification on the master plan finding piece, because in the staff report, there were 2 sets. There were planning commission findings for the master plan, and there were city council findings for the master plan. And my question to legal counsel and asking for, for clarification is, what is the requirement of the planning commission related to those findings? Do we need to make the planning commission ones and city council? And if so, the justification for that. So I'll ask legal counsel for clarification.
Thank you, Chairman Gower. Carl Hall, City Attorney. We would recommend combining those 2 findings pursuant to NRS 278-230. So you would be making the findings that a master plan or amendment of a master plan will serve as a pattern and guide for that kind of orderly physical growth and redevelopment of the city or county, which will cause the least amount of natural resource impairment and will conform to the adopted population plan where required and ensure adequate supply of housing, including affordable housing. Also a basis for efficient expenditure of funds relating to the elements of the plan. So we've provided you with a sample motion and findings pursuant to NRS 278-230, as I indicated.
And so that input, just to clarify from council, that's the decision space that we're operating in tonight in terms of our discussion, our questions, is consideration of those findings for the master plan. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. There was another clarification item, I believe, Commissioner Weisky, if you could help me out with this related to the proposed new master plan. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like clarification from legal, since we are going through a master plan amendment right now, that that the staff report, our findings, our questioning stays focused on a master plan and its policy that is in place, not one that is being proposed. Am I correct in that thought process?
Yes.
Okay, so it's based upon not what we're working on, but what is in place today.
Yes, the existing master plan.
Thank you, Carl. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, Commissioners, those were two pieces of information from legal counsel that may influence your questions. They may modify some questions that you wanted to ask staff or the applicant this evening. Does anyone need time to revisit notes, think about questions, ask perhaps a question of staff? Do we need that time, or can we carry on?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, if I would like a couple of minutes to reread what was handed to us tonight, just a few minutes before the meeting from legal regarding the, proposed motions of approval or denial, just to be familiar with them. I've done my homework based upon what was in the staff report, and since there's more than one page, and I do want to focus on what the audience has to say and testimony from applicant and staff, and we have 10 minutes to get our hands around all this.
Okay, let's do that. Let's take a
Thank
10-minute
you.
break. We'll come back at 6:45, and we'll begin at that point with a presentation from the applicant's representative. In recess. So we took this opportunity to try to get our video running. Our video stream wasn't working. So as soon as Michelle gets back with word on that, we'll get going again. So apologize for the delay. Appreciate the patience. Be back soon. I will call the meeting back to order.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, before you proceed, I would just like to say thank you, not only to you, but to everybody out in the audience this evening for understanding the last 10 minutes or plus or minus so that we could get our hands around a lot of new information that came in from legal. It will certainly, by the end of the night, make a lot more sense to us, even if it doesn't to you, but it will help us be more efficient. So thank you for understanding.
Well said. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the applicant's representative for a presentation. Angela, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, Angela Foos with Loomis and Associates here today on behalf of Stonegate. And if you'll give me just 1 minute, we'll get the PowerPoint presentation going. I did want to start with just giving everybody a recap of where we've been in the last 2 months. When we met with the Planning Commission in June, we went over a robust number of issues, and that was related to traffic, water lines, sewer lines. We talked about police service and fire service. And at the end of that 5-hour meeting, we walked away, we as the applicant, and we said, we heard some really good feedback. We have 2 months to respond to staff's comments, respond to the Planning Commission's comments, and try to come back to you with a better project. So that's what we've done today. We now have a staff support on the master plan, staff support on the zone change. There are a few items that we are in disagreement on, and I did want to go through those today. I have handed out what I'm calling Exhibit 3. This is a red line version of staff's comments, as well as a couple additional items. At your discretion, I'm not going to devote my presentation today going over those. I'm going to wait till we get to questions and answers so that we can have more of a discussion on those items rather than me presenting to you and then you forgetting what I said by the time I come back up. So with that, the bulk of the changes that I wanted to go over tonight have to do with what we talked about related to the master plan back in June. Initially, we had the southern portion, everything in yellow, south of 395, as part of this project. And what we heard was, that's a lot of residential, but there's no employment. And there was a lot of concerns over changing the zoning and the master plan and taking industrial land out of the industrial land bank and not providing any jobs. So what we've done now is we've added 359 acres, which is everything in purple. This is the north side of 395. This property already had a zoning of industrial and commercial and open space, but it was not part of the handbook. So what we've done is we've integrated it back into the handbook so that everything is now zoned PUD. If there's any proposed changes to that zoning, it has to go through the PUD amendment process. So this gives you the assurity that that property will be developed with that type of non-residential developed as is proposed in the handbook. So what's before you today is the additional acreage, which is now 1737, and additional residential development. Initially, we had a number of 4135 residential units. Now we have 5,000 residential units. And the bulk of that came from adding multifamily to that north side. We initially had neighborhood center. We're keeping that neighborhood center. That's kind of integrated within the residential area on this, what I'm calling now the southern area. And we've added a town center. And so that is everything on the north side. We've also kept a portion of that as an industrial. So we wanted to keep both a commercial land use and an industrial land use. I'm going to go over how we're dealing with schools. We're integrating schools as part of the north side as well. We're going to have a discussion again over fire service and that fire service agreement. And I just want to acknowledge that even with this addition, we still have over 25% open space throughout the entire PUD. So here's a map that just graphically depicts the existing zoning and the proposed zoning. Everything from a zoning perspective becomes PUD or planned unit development. From a master plan amendment, we are converting mostly industrial and single family to now it is a mix. When we were before you in June, this had a different designation, and that was anytime you have a PUD, the master plan had a special zoning, that was special land use that went with it. Based on the way the current master plan is going, the future master plan is going, that designation of special planning area is going away. So now the master plan amendment before you is not to use that designation of special planning area, but to use the designation that fits with the zoning densities within the PUD. So that's what's before you now. Here's what we presented on the left in June and what we're presenting before you on the right. As you'll see, everything north of 395 is that new 359 acres. Everything in red is what we're calling town center. And then we have about 39 acres of industrial, and then the remaining portion is open space. A lot of that open space currently is zoned open space, and that's part of the White Lake Playa, so that will remain as open space. One of the big differences that we did to Phase 4, remember this is a 5-phase PUD plan. Phase 4 before had a mix of different land use designations or different subzoning designations within the PUD. We changed all of that and converted that to what we're calling LLR1, which has a minimum lot size of 1 acre. That pretty much controls your density. So that sets within Phase 4 that you can't have more than that acreage or that density within Phase 4. Those lots don't have to be 1 acre in size. You can cluster development, and that's really the whole purpose of doing this within Phase 4. Phase 4 is the area where it has really unique topography. There's slopes, there's rock outcroppings, there's areas designated with parks and open space, and then there's a lot of trees. So in an effort to protect that area, we want to do cluster development. So when development comes before you, it will be in the form of a tentative map where you're actually going to see what that cluster development looks like. One additional change from June that I wanted to bring up today is related to schools. As we talked about before, we have 4 different sites for a designated elementary school. 2 of these sites will actually become an elementary school, but we've set aside 4 different areas. So depending on when the school district is ready based on their needs and their demographics, they'll be either able to go into Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, or Phase 5. So this gives them 4 different alternatives, and they can pick 2. We also added a potential school site on the north side. The intent for this is to be a high school. For a high school, you need between 80 and 90 acres. The school district at this point is looking at a couple of different schools in the area to prioritize as needing to be developed now. So when they are ready to move forward with a North Valleys High School, this is one alternative for them. It's not the only alternative, but we let them know that this is an option, and we have included a high school within the allowed uses of our town center designation. With the change on the town center and the industrial and everything that we've added to the north side, that obviously impacts traffic. So we're going to have Lauren come up here and give you kind of a breakdown of the changes that are now proposed with the changes in the new traffic.
Good evening, Lauren Chilson with Traffic Works. From a traffic perspective, the biggest difference is now with the north side, and that 360 acres that has a variety of uses, industrial, employment, shopping, high school, all these changes, something that's other than residential. We've created a more mixed and balanced project, one that actually has a greater opportunity to pull from within itself, generating less traffic actually south towards town. Also, it has the opportunity to pull traffic from the Red Rock interchange area and Stead interchange. This town center is significant enough that I can't use the word regional center. That has a much bigger planning context, but it is a center, if you know what I mean. It's of a magnitude that will draw traffic to this White Lake Parkway area, traffic that would have previously gone south. And I can show you that graphically in just a minute, but that's an important point. It's not only balanced, but it's also changing the travel patterns within the North Valleys a little bit. It's that significant. It's a regional high school. It's 1 million square feet of industrial, commercial, retail, shopping, think grocery stores, think restaurants. All those are components in there. And that changes the nature of what this center is overall. I'm going to come back to that slide in just a minute. Graphically, you can see it here. You have a huge population base just to the east, there, east-south, however you want to look at it on 395, but the Stead, Red Rock, and Lemon Valley areas, and then Cold Springs existing development, future development north of Cold Springs, those lifestyle projects that are yet to be built out, Evans Ranch, others that are in the pipeline and approved for long term. But what you start to see is there's actually an opportunity for traffic to now drive west or north on 395 instead of south. Is it all of it? Of course not. But it's creating a new draw and changing those patterns because we have this balanced project. So let me come back to this other slide. The key point from a traffic engineering perspective on a zone change is the difference in traffic generated by the existing zoning versus what's proposed. And very similar to exactly like what we talked last time, the proposed project generates significantly less traffic than what the existing zoning would permit and reasonably allow. So we're talking about half the number of trips on a daily basis and 1/3 the peak hour basis. The project 1/3 of what would be allowed under existing zoning. That's a significant difference. Significant difference. There's been a lot of talk of, what about the directionality of that? We can get more into that. It's in short, it's a net effective, it's even. But this project doesn't have the huge peak going the other direction because the volumes are so much lower in total. So I'll certainly be around for questions, but that summarizes the traffic items.
I wanted to just bring you back to some basics on what this is. This is a PUD amendment. And many portions of our PUD actually reference city code. And we've had the question, well, if so much of your PUD is standard code, why are you doing this as a PUD? But let's talk about the bigger picture of why we do PUDs. This is a significantly sized piece of property. And with that, there are huge needs related to infrastructure and roads. So if you were to develop this property and piecemeal your tentative maps, where you bring in a sewer line up to one tentative map, and then you bring in a sewer line to the next tentative map and the next one, the problem you're going to have is the same problem we're having in the North Valleys. It's a capacity issue where you haven't looked at it from a master plan level or a regional level, as I'm thinking more of this as a significant development. You can do that with a PUD because you anticipate future growth. We know at some point between now and the next 20 years, approximately 5,000 homes will be developed on this property. We know in that town center, we're going to have commercial uses such as a grocery store, such as restaurants, potentially a high school. Those are services and facilities that this entire Cold Springs needs, and you're not going to get until you have the rooftops to get them, right? Rooftops are needed before you can have the retail and those other services that come with it. So by doing a PUD, you create that opportunity. But one thing I wanted to call out too is this property is very unique, right? It's surrounded by Forest Service property. So you're not going to find that kind of development anywhere else in Reno, whether it's Sparks, Washoe County. The fact that this has already been annexed, the fact that this is in the Truckee Meadow service area tells us that this property has been planned for development. This property is ripe for development. And by having a PUD come in and actually bring in those long sewer lines and water lines and putting in the roadway infrastructure, you now have the ability to make that happen. By adding in that commercial development on the north side, you now have a center where everyone in Cold Springs can go. You don't have to go to the general dollar store anymore to pick up your milk. You can do that now. You don't have to go to Lemon Valley to go grocery shopping and to pick up your prescription. You'll have the ability to do that. So as we go through our comments and the things that maybe we're in disagreement on with staff, I just wanted to remind you that this is a PUD and you want to make it different. You want to make it better than what city code would otherwise allow you to do. So that's what we've tried to do. We've tried to incorporate design standards that are unique and yet don't create a subdivision that looks like every other subdivision in Reno. So with that, I'm going to stop my discussion, but I would like to hold the rest of my slides for follow-up discussion as we go through Exhibit 3 and go through all the staff's comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Angela. From here, we'll turn it over to staff for presentation also. Heather, welcome.
Good evening, Chairperson Gower and Planning Commissioners. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. I'm going to go ahead and start so I don't forget to mention that in addition to the public process that was outlined in the staff report, the applicant has, since the last meeting on June 29th, taken the update of this project to both the Ward 4 NAB and the North Valleys CAB. Comments were provided to you from the NAB that were received by staff in a memo that was provided last evening. In addition, I received about 20 emails and phone calls from residents that are concerned about traffic, drainage, potential flooding, emergency service provisions, school overcrowding, and wildlife preservation in the area. Based on the analysis provided to you by staff and in the materials that are included in your packet, staff does believe that those items have been addressed. Before you this evening are 3 requests that need to be addressed separately as legal counsel has provided in the memo provided tonight. The first is the master plan amendment, and my presentation will go over each of these individually. The second would be the zoning map amendment to planned unit development, and the third is the associated proposed tentative handbook included in your packet this evening. As the Planning Commission contemplates the presentation materials and packet materials, keep in mind 3 motions should be made at the end of the evening based on legal's recommendations. So the first item I'll go into is the master plan amendment considerations. Earlier this evening, we discussed those. They're overhead in case we refer back to them later this evening. The second is master plan land use compatibility. The applicant has proposed an amendment to the master plan from industrial, unincorporated transition, urban residential, commercial, and single-family residential to the slide shown for proposed master plan. It should be noted that in the previous staff report on June 29th, the key elements that we identified in our staff report for consideration were a lack of job housing balance based on the previously proposed plan. Potential traffic impacts had not been adequately addressed that would deal with level of service and capacity issues. The third, the loss of the existing industrial land within Stonegate. And the fourth, the packet was incomplete and not at a point where staff could provide a full analysis to the Planning Commission. At this time, several of those items have been resolved The proposed master plan map that you see before you this evening does include not only diversified residential options that include large lot residential, so 1 acre plus lot sizes in Phase 4, all the way up to 21 to 30 dwelling units per acre within the urban residential commercial designations that are shown in red on the map. Additionally, the applicant has included the property located to the north of the freeway and has identified both commercial and industrial uses for that area in addition to multifamily, as the applicant has discussed earlier. It should be noted that development within each of these proposed land use designations should conform to the master plan if approved. That would include residential densities that conform to the master plan density ranges that are outlined in the current master plan. While the analysis of the proposal is based completely upon the adopted master plan, the applicant has included a land use plan in the PUD handbook that conforms to or will translate to Reimagine Reno. The next item with master plan consideration is the conformance with goals, policies, and objectives contained in the master plan. So where we are today is we have identified that there is a large amount of industrial land that is being proposed to be removed from the Stonegate site. With that replaces diverse options as far as residential development densities, in addition to a combination of commercial and industrial options for the site. Potentially, as the applicant had outlined, a high school could be located on that north phase in town center. And based on the city's employment study, the acreage within Stonegate was not analyzed. And so on page 47 of the staff report, we do explain that the overall available acreage resulting from the employment study for industrial land is actually increased by 200 acres based on the amount that was contemplated, and if this were approved, the reduced amounts that that would be in existence in the North Valleys. The next item for discussion is the US 395 capacity concerns to serve a project of this size. The applicant has provided staff with an analysis of their anticipated phasing plan in relation to projects that have been identified for both regional roads and for the transportation freeway system. Those are included in your staff report and also included overhead colored based on the phase, the timing of the phases within Stonegate. Staff is recommending in, as outlined in Exhibit 2 and 3, or Exhibit 2 and 3, a recommendation that the applicant provide with proposal of each, of new development within each phase, that they demonstrate that the freeway and regional road improvements that are outlined by the applicant as a part of this proposal have been installed and are functional. That is one of the ways that staff was able to make a recommendation of approval was the applicant's proposal of phasing in conjunction with freeway and regional roadway improvements. City of Reno engineering staff, NDOT, and RTC are all available this evening if you have questions related to this topic. And number 3 is, as far as master plan conformance, is a note that the handbook does propose solar at the neighborhood center located in phase 3 of the development. But otherwise, the applicant has not proposed standards in the handbook that would provide additional energy efficiency or solar options or requirements within the PUD. And so those 3 elements are items that we have identified in the staff report that while staff was able to make all of the other policy and objective elements those three items were listed in the non-conforming section of the staff report for master plan amendment. From the master plan, we are recommending approval of the master plan amendment based on the information provided in the staff report and presented this evening. And I'll go over the PUD zoning map amendment briefly. So this is an example of existing zoning versus the proposed land use map that's located in the handbook. Land uses within the PUD handbook have been expanded to include 1 acre minimum lots within phase 4 on the south portion of the property, and up to 30 dwelling units per acre throughout the site in the multifamily and town center designations. Multifamily, based on this proposal, consists of about 25% of the residential units proposed. The handbook should include density ranges allowed within each land use category, consistent to conform with the master plan designations. Parks and school sites have been identified in the PUD handbook, and staff concerns that were previously noted in the June 29th staff report have been addressed at this time. Representatives from both parks and Washoe County School Districts are here this evening for questions. This is an outline of the proposed dwelling units within each of the residential categories that are provided in the PUD handbook at this time, a total of 5,000 units. If you have any questions, we can move back to this slide later this evening. And next is an analysis of the PUD handbook. While many of the concerns that we identified in the at the June 29th Planning Commission meeting have been addressed as illustrated through the modified Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3 of the staff report, there are some additional elements of the handbook that should be modified as discussed in the staff report and later in this presentation. This is the proposed phasing plan currently. It should be noted that densities that have been identified in phase 4 are identified in the handbook to be able to transfer into phases 1, 2, 3, and 5. And those densities within those 4 phases could potentially be transferred to the town center. The handbook does clarify that transfer southward from town center to 1, 2, 3, and 5, or from those phases to phase 4 would not be allowed as the handbook is currently written. This addition to the handbook was intended to provide intensification in areas that contain less environmental constraints and better access to the freeway, and also to preserve slopes, forested land, and wildlife mitigation areas. Exhibits 1 through 3 in the handbook, 1 through 3 outline handbook areas that are recommended for further modification. Staff has recommended a minimum super pad parcel size of 9 acres. That would allow for the creation of school sites. Staff did recommend in the staff report some exempted parcels, but otherwise we're recommending that minimum lot size to ensure that full consideration of any tentative map approval will come before the Planning Commission through a tentative map process rather than a parcel map process. With relation to fire services, based on internal discussion, staff is recommending the removal of the requirement of the applicant to provide or to purchase the brush truck and the fire pumper as identified on page 16 of the staff report. Fire Chief Cochran did provide a memo to the Planning Commission last evening, and that further illustrates the need for a fire station within Stonegate. Stonegate in and of itself as a development will require the development of a fire station. Because we don't have fire services within an area to serve the Stonegate development. The chief is available this evening if you have any questions relating to fire services. With regard to circulation and phasing, it was noted that the frontage road that currently exists today is proposed to be eliminated with phase 1. Staff would recommend that the Planning Commission direct staff to include circulation or connectivity of the frontage road in some manner to ensure that the frontage road connection between the west and east portions are maintained during development and after the project is constructed. In addition, the handbook doesn't clearly identify road design for the town center in the handbook, and staff is recommending in Exhibit 3 that that be added. As discussed in the staff report, the proposed planned unit development handbook land use does conform to the requested master plan designations with the addition of conforming density ranges included in the handbook. Your staff report does outline some of the concerns that staff had regarding the proposed sign package related to potential off-site or off-premise advertising and non-compatibility with surrounding areas. The portion of US 395 in this area is very close to the grade of surrounding properties. In addition, we do have existing unincorporated residential development to the northwest of the property. And recommendations for maximum sign heights and size are included in the staff report. With regard to trails and connectivity, it's mentioned multiple times through the staff report, and I just wanted to note that timing should be identified and a design should be provided that includes pedestrian and bicycle circulation from the south portion of the project to the town center section, and also pedestrian and bike circulation standards for the town center section to help protect pedestrians and bicyclists from vehicle traffic. That concludes my presentation. Staff is recommending approval of both the zoning map amendment and the tentative handbook as recommended to be modified, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, Heather, thank you very much. We'll get back to the questions in a minute. Before we get there, I'm going to bring it back to the commission for disclosures. From disclosures, we'll go to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the commissions for questions. So Commissioner Olivas, disclosures.
Commissioner Olivas, I received emails, I spoke with the applicant's representative, and previously visited the site.
Mr. Johnson, as did I.
I'm trying to think of anything else.
I know
think,
that was where I was at.
yeah. Commissioner Gower, as did I.
Commissioner Griffith, as did I.
Commissioner Hawkins, as did I.
Commissioner Weisky, as did I.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, I am going to open up the public comment portion of this public hearing item. And as a reminder, if you would like to make a comment on this item and you haven't filled out a request to speak form, please do so. And each person will have 3 minutes. Again, just as a courtesy, be respectful of the speakers. When you get up to the microphone, state your name. We'll hear you out. We're making notes up here. We'll do our best to circle back to your questions if we haven't made notes already. So first one up is Stephen Ficarata, followed by Rex Frazier, please. And I am bad at pronouncing names, so please forgive me.
Hey, you're forgiven, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephen Figueroa, as you well know, and I live out in Cold Springs. I've been out there for about 18 years, and I moved out there for one reason. Actually, there's quite a few reasons I moved out there. One is to stay away from the crime, basically. Stay away from crime, okay? The other reason is, stay away from, the smog. I want it quiet out there. I moved out there for the reasons, because I wanted it quiet. And I want to stay away from the crime. And I want to stay away from the crap that's from Reno and Sparks. And people that moved out there, they moved out there for the reasons of, the country life. Pretty soon, there won't be country life. If the land developers keep on buying and building, we won't have country to enjoy. It's all going to be like San Francisco and LA and stuff like that. Okay? We moved out there to the country, to enjoy the country. I speak for myself, and I think I speak for the rest of us, we don't mind the drive to a store. We don't mind the drive to Walmart or any place like that, or the hardware store. We don't mind it. Because if we mind it, then you wouldn't move out there. Okay? And another thing is, you guys are bringing in more buildings and more businesses and stuff like that. You're bringing in a lot more trouble. A lot more trouble. You guys need to fix the problems that we have out there now before you guys bring in a lot more trouble. Traffic, crime, fire departments, all that stuff. Okay? We already don't have enough of that stuff. Okay? Matter of fact, sometime this week, I had to call the fire department over to my house because my stove caught on fire. Do you know it took them about 15 minutes to get to my house across the damn lake? Okay? You're bringing in more development people. You're bringing in more houses and apartments and stuff like that. You know how long it's going to take a fire department to get to my house? Longer. A lot longer. So you guys bringing in more houses and stuff like that? Trouble. Big time trouble. I don't know how many of you live out there in Cold Springs. And frankly, I don't care. Okay? But why don't you guys try to live out in the country? It's not an easy life, but it's an honest and hardworking life. So, and I go to work 5 days a week. I got to be at work by 7, and you know, I like to drive. I love it out there. It's peaceful and it's quiet. Thank you.
Next up, Rex Frazier, followed by Louis Bianc.
Good evening. My name is Rex Fraser. I have a couple of concerns here. I've been researching the area. They want to build this. It's a flood zone and a floodplain. What are they going to do with the water? If they channel it without the natural, runoff and the land absorbing the water, and they just empty it into White Lake, you will flood everybody on the other side of the highway out where I live. And most of us, it would have been appropriate to let the whole community know about the hearing and not just a chosen few. Also, I think your industrial, commercial, and your town center is going to create more traffic. You have to have employees to man it. Not everybody in Cold Springs is going to work there. They work in town. You have people coming in from California that work in Reno. You're just going to create more traffic, more of a headache. And brain freeze. Anyway, thank you. Just worried about the flooding.
So Louis is making his way forward. Michelle Cleason. I think I got that one wrong. Michelle, sorry.
Yeah, my name's Louis Bianc. I've lived out in Cold Springs for 32 years. Raised my 3 daughters out there. It's a very beautiful, unique place to live. The North Valleys is the last place that development is coming to. I'm not against development. I'd like to see a lot of carpenter buddies of mine go to work out there, just like they did at Lifestyle Homes. And Lifestyle Homes did an excellent job with their development. And as far as water retention, they have retention ponds that they can put in, everything that can be handled. And we do put our faith in you guys up there because you're the smart ones and you're the ones that keep track of everything. Okay, now this development is possible. One thing that I'm concerned about is traffic. I think the road should be widened before the development comes in. My daughter's a civil engineer. She gave me that tip. And also, That area has been closed off to the public forever. It's been the Sweeney Ranch and whatever. Not everybody goes and walks the land. Nobody really knows what's there except for the previous owners. I would like to take a walk myself and see what's there as far as wildlife and wildlife corridors and how to preserve that. Okay, I work with Lifestyle Homes with that particular project. We did enclosures in the back for the deer. We work with the Lassen County Mule Deer Association. We did some good projects. And this is possible. It may need a few tweaks here and there, but we get in there and take a look-see. I think we can make some improvements for a lot of different areas. And I would like to work with Stonegate if I could get together with somebody and talk to them. I would like to get involved. I'm more of a peacemaker than anything else. And I do love it out there. It's a very unique valley, but we're going to have to share our quiet little place with a few other people. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Michelle, up next after Michelle is Peter Hubner, please. Does not wish to make a comment. Michelle, you don't want to make a comment. I will read it into the record then. I'm in opposition of Stonegate community due to traffic congestion, lack of schools, and distribution of wildlife habitat. Peter Hubner, followed by Phyllis Hassner, please.
Evening, my name is Peter Hübner. I'm a supervisor from Sierra County, which is bordering this development. And I attended your June 29 meeting, and I was not impressed with the figures of this whole development. And even the new one today didn't impress me. And I'm not here to tell you how you should do your business. This is Nevada County, but Sierra County in California will be severely influenced by this development. Highway 395 is a huge concern, and the people I represent at Long Valley are very, very concerned about this. And I heard testimony today about the wildlife. Well, you will ruin, this development will ruin the peace and quietness we have in Sierra County, especially on that side where everybody from Reno will come, not only from Reno, but especially from this new development will come and recreate in our county. And so all what I'm asking is look at the figures, at the development. The new proposal today we saw has come already down, and I think it needs to come much more down. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Phyllis Hassner, followed by William Barker. Phyllis left. Her comment was, my concerns are traffic, schools, rise in crime, taking away area for wildlife, water, sewer, and transportation. William Barker. Sharon Barker.
Would you read it, what I said?
Yes. Comments are concerns about traffic on the freeway and closure of Northridge detour. Next up is Michael DiMartini, followed by Carolyn Kernick.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Commission. My name is Michael DiMartini, 3362 Meridian Court, Reno, Nevada. I'm a commissioner on the Northern Nevada Water Planning Commission, but I'm not here in that capacity. I'm here as a civil engineer. I represent owners of the White Lake Water permit 31321, and I am one of the owners of that permit. I have been involved with water resources in Cold Springs Valley for 47 years. This last year, we got around 7,000 acre-feet of water in White Lake from the rains. And this is not the first time that's occurred. It happened in 1986, almost the same amount. It happened to a lesser amount in 1997. And there was a similar amount, but I don't have numbers on it, in 1955. The water that falls in Cold Springs Valley generally ends up in, most of it, in White Lake. The permit that I have part ownership in is for 2,000 acre-feet. We have been working to monitor the water levels in White Lake for many years, and we developed a hydrologic model of the entire Cold Springs Valley. It's a HEC HMS model. We've taken advantage of this last year to calibrate the model. I would like to suggest that the utilization of the water that's available that comes into White Lake normally evaporates. Our evidence shows that essentially all the water gets in White Lake evaporates. Nothing goes into the groundwater, it just evaporates. With the increased development, there's increased runoff to White Lake. That water could be utilized potentially in the valley before it gets contaminated in White Lake. It can be collected and used as reclaimed water or other water. And I suggest that the regulations would prefer that the water in the valley be utilized before new water be brought in. Also, it may be necessary to control flooding of White Lake, so there's a double benefit by utilizing existing water. That will then reduce the accumulation of water that can cause flooding. So I would just like to, I'm not for or against the project, but I would just like to note that we'd like to see something in the conditions that allow for flexibility. Thank you.
Okay, Michael, thank you very much. Carolyn Kernick is up next, followed by James Kuzera.
Hi there. My name is Caroline Kernick, and my husband and I own 40 acres south of Stonegate. The Stonegate PUD offers a well-thought-out plan for Cold Springs that is a vast improvement over the current zoning, which is approved for that land. The overall look of Stonegate is very attractive, with its rustic ranch-like design, walking trails, and open areas, which integrate well with the beautiful natural surroundings of the Sierra foothills. I like that this isn't just a bunch of homes on a freeway exit. Instead, it's a complete little community offering a park, a neighborhood center, with hopefully some shops and restaurants, and in time, a school. The roads are well laid out, providing a traffic pattern that will allow for easy access through the community, as well as neighborhood trails, which provide a safe and enjoyable place to walk or ride a bike through the neighborhood. All of these improvements will enhance our community, maintain strong property values, and make our neighborhood an even more beautiful and desirable place to live. Thank you.
Carolyn, thank you very much. James Kuzera, followed by Frank Schenk, please.
My name is James Kuzera. I'm a Cold Spring resident. We actually own the third house from the ranch. And last winter, They put in a fire road at the on the bottom part of the hill and a turnaround. The turnaround eroded and we got water and gravel in our backyard because they filled in the drainage ditch that runs in between the first house and the second house. There's a drainage ditch and it went up part of the hill, and when they did the turnaround for that fire trail, they filled in the drainage ditch. And we got a lot of water, a lot of gravel turned in by sand by the time it got to us. But we have a low spot in our backyard where all our water accumulates from our yard, and it got so full it flooded our neighbors at the second house. And I talked to them, they sent someone out, and I suggested that they get it fixed by wintertime, and nothing's been done so far. I also want to know what type of wall they're going to put on up behind our property and up over the hill and by the train town, because all they have now is a wire fence, barbed wire fence, and that's not legal for this housing project. And also, if they take that road out and put homes in there, NDOT's going to have to build a sound wall the whole length of that thing that's over a mile long there. And it would probably be cheaper for NDOT to fix the drainage problem and raise the road or whatever they have to do than put a whole new sound wall in. And then this project is one of the reasons why they got those towers, because they got to have to climb up to look over to see what I could see right from my deck. And I just think it's a terrible idea. There's way too many homes and needs to be rethinked out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trying to show a photo here, but I don't know how to get it.
There we go.
It's a photo in Wells when we were going to Yellowstone in South Dakota, and I wanted to take it about.
Frank, if you could just back up. And
I'm sorry. My name's Frank Shank. Live in Cold Springs, 20 years. Anyway, I took that photo at Wells, and it's an overpass for the wildlife. And I'm really concerned about even more wildlife getting hit, once this development comes in. It's, I wish, maybe the developer could help fund with hunting groups. But anyway, I moved out there because I love the peacefulness, but I don't think it's right to say I'm there and other people can't, I think, sure. But I don't think it should be within its means. I know I've lived out there before lifestyle homes, and when lifestyle homes did come in, crime has gone up. You can't go to the park. It's not very safe to go park. Many times I don't take my son there too much. They have private security, and that's what I felt is going to happen with Stonegate private security. The last meeting, the Reno police representative said that there's no funding for a police officer. So one officer instead. That does not make sense. We can't have private security. We need police officers out there. Also, that Viller water, I wish they would get it from other sources of water. Like what Mr. DeMartini said. Years ago, that water didn't pass the Clean Water Act. And I know from what I understand, back when Clinton was president, didn't pass. And from what I heard, is that Harry Reid did a waiver for that water. Well, that water, I don't want my kids drinking that water, my own pets drinking that water. And I like to see how long that waiver was for. But anyway, I think also too, there needs to be more input on again, and I said this again from the last meeting, and I hate repeating it again, but there needs to be a high school before elementary schools. And I know it's cheaper to build elementary schools. High schools are a lot more expensive to build, but the one high school is way out in the North Valleys. That's Golden Valley. And then there really needs to be emphasis on a high school. I know Levin's Ranch is going to build an elementary school, and I know that costs 4 times more the amount of money, but, there needs to be. Another issue is childcare. Childcare is really hard to find. It's really tough. I have a special needs child. He's 9 years old, and it's impossible to find childcare. You have to go on Craigslist and find somebody that's not licensed. Anyway, thank you for listening. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Next up, I have Tim Beals, and that is the last request to speak form I have. If you'd like to make a comment after Tim, please feel free to do so, filling out a request to speak form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologize for the informal dress. I've spent most of the day in the field. Let me qualify my testimony. My name's Tim Beals. I'm the County Planning Director and Director of Public Works in Sierra County. I've been employed in that capacity for 43 years. To qualify my testimony tonight. Sierra County, just for orientation, total population of 3,500 people. County workforce of less than 100 employees. Square miles, 1,000 square miles, a lot of open space. I'm appearing here tonight not to meddle in your affairs. I'm certainly not to be critical. I'm also here not to be critical or harmful to the interests of the property owner. I'm not here to critique the development. My purpose here is to raise your awareness to the significance of the impacts that are facing Sierra County from this project and adjacent projects, Traintown, Stonegate. I provided you with a copy of a letter from a year ago regarding the Traintown project. This project, same, you can just erase the name of Traintown and put Stonegate. The developer has reached out, and we hope to meet with the developer in the near future. But honestly speaking, the purview of many of the issues that we have are within the jurisdiction of the city or the county. I'm here to request on behalf of the county that we have a place at the table so we can discuss this project and you can understand the concerns we have from our perspective. I always subscribe to the theory that it's better to be at the table than on the menu. And all kidding aside, I begin to feel like we're on the menu. Our requests for consideration have not been well received, and the analysis that I've seen so far ends at the state line. So we respectfully request your consideration. Place yourself mentally at this project. Face west and you're on the state line. You see agricultural operations, vast public acquisitions for a wildlife management area to protect the interstate deer herd, a rural lifestyle. Now imagine the combined impacts of Stonegate and Traintown. Traffic, there's no analysis west of the project. Public services, courts, crime, sheriff and participation, no analysis west of the project. Recreation, no analysis west of the project. Wildlife threats, no analysis west of the project. Threats to the agricultural enterprises and the lifestyle, nothing in the analysis. So Sierra County, with its population and its limitations, feels very strong that you are forcing a land use in this area that has vast, significant impacts to the county that have not been addressed. So please consider the breadth of these impacts. We ask that you delay consideration, that you recommend that the county and the staff work together so that you have a better analysis of just what's going to happen west of the state line. Don't let the state line truncate your planning process. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next up, I do have another public comment card and we missed it. Victoria, apologize for not seeing the "and" on your last card. Victoria Anders, please.
Again, for the record, Victoria Edmondson Andrews. I live in Cold Springs. I have here just one article that was dated from November of 16 on the effects of high voltage transmission lines on humans and plants. And here is a list of the known health issues associated with EMF exposure. You'll notice that on the long-term health problems, there's a variety of adult and childhood cancers, tumor growth, strange cell activity, behavioral and mental problems. One of the reasons I wanted to educate you on the EMF exposure problem is that I have yet to see an overlay with the power line out pattern indicated where the planned development is. I asked Angela on Monday what the setback was, and she did not know. I think that that's something that is important. I want you to understand that it's not insignificant that one of the reasons when they were putting this power line in 1995, that they selected this location, they went out of their way to select this location into Reno, was specifically because of the lack of residential structures and the knowledge that at that time there is ongoing, and we know more now about the exposure to EMF and potential human health problems. So they went out of their way to select this site because of the lack of residential structures. I also want to put this out there so that it is a matter of public record in the event that you do approve this project and there is a cancer cluster or other EMF-related adverse effects on the people, so that they can successfully sue the city of Reno for knowingly approving a project with health effects. Something you really should consider. I also want to remind you that last time I came in front of you, I requested that there be some sort of environmental impact regarding the noise and air pollution. We live out there because we like our clean air. This is a closed basin. And already, sometimes in the winter, we have inversions, not like Reno does, but we do get inversions. I don't want to see any more of that. I'm on a well. I have a personal concern that the pesticide load dumped into our basin by 5,000 more homes is going to be overwhelming into my water supply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victoria?
That is the last request
Victoria?
to speak form I have. Michelle,
Can I
go
get a
ahead.
copy of what she presented, please?
Victoria, can you provide a copy of that for the record?
You bet.
Thank you. So seeing no more comments, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission. And at this point, we're going to move into question and answers. This is our opportunity as a commission to ask questions of the applicant, of staff, of others in the room who may be able to give us information to help inform our decision this evening. What I'd like to do to help structure our questioning is to rely on the structure of the staff report. You'll notice that Heather has laid it out, so we have headings like land use compatibility, urban design, parks, traffic, water, so on. So if we could work our way through the staff report using that as our template for questioning, and then we can just work our way through getting the answers that we need. So the first one that I see that comes up in the staff report is land use compatibility. So this can address items related to the master plan and the zone map PUD. So with that, who would like to start us off with questions? If there aren't any, I'm going to go ahead and ask a question related to land use compatibility. Heather, one of the compatibility topics that came up during questioning was compatibility of this property with the adjacent county and the adjacent state. Can you talk to us about how the city of Reno addresses a situation like this where we have a proposal that's adjacent not only to a jurisdiction, usually it's Washoe County. In this case, it's, the state of California and Sierra County. What has been the process of, doing that analysis, and particularly in response to Mr. Beal's comments?
Thank you. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. With regard to compatibility, the city typically looks at either a buffer of open space or lot matching to adjacent larger lot or unincorporated residents to help provide that transition from those properties to the current development. In this proposal, the applicant has included both open space buffers on the northwest corner adjacent to the unincorporated properties, as well as the lower density large lot residential in the steeper forested sections in Phase 4. With regard to wildlife management, the applicant will be required to follow those guidelines as the development occurs in those areas that are identified as a wildlife mitigation or management area, primarily in Phase 4.
Okay. In developing this, have you as staff been working with Sierra County? I know when we saw this a while ago, there was a memo or something. I seem to remember that. Can you just describe to us what the interaction has been?
Absolutely. So with one of the previous projects that Mr. Beal had mentioned, Traintown, Sierra County had requested participation and involvement in the public notice process so that their voices could be heard. When the Stonegate project came in, we did add Sierra County as a notified party for the mailed public notices. In addition to that, I did contact a representative with Sierra County and left a message inviting participation at that time. As of today, I haven't received a return phone call. So, but we do invite Sierra County to participate in the development or contribute, as they would like with these projects that do approach the Sierra County, California border.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, other questions related to compatibility? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I think I'll go on with Heather while you're up there. In terms of the land use compatibility, there was some comments from the applicant with respect to some changes to the proposed PUD from the last time we saw it that brings in some uses that we hadn't seen previously. I guess one of the questions that comes out of that is the additional number of housing units that were proposed as a part of these changes. And I guess that, particularly in a couple of locations, one with what they were calling both the mixed residential, and then I guess in conjunction with that, they've got something listed here for urban residential / commercial. Can you, I guess, explain a little further detail in terms of how that seems to be quite an upsizing in terms of the density as opposed to what was looked at before? Maybe speak to why, I guess, from staff standpoint, that's a positive recommendation.
Of course. Michelle, may I please have the presentation? I'm going to go to the plan so we can take a look at the areas where density is being proposed. So the original proposed handbook included the 4,135 units located within phases 1 through 5. Those units, the unit count on the southern portion of the PUD have not changed. They have been modified based on staff input with regard to the environmentally sensitive areas and the need for increased or diversified housing stock within that area. The 865 units that result in that increase from the originally proposed unit count are all contained within the town center phase, and that is one of many options that are available within the town center phase. So while 865 units are proposed to be included as a maximum for the town center. There's no guarantee or plan at this time that those will develop. In addition to those residential units, commercial and industrial development is also allowed.
Okay, so then to follow along with that, one of the points in your presentation was that there is condition in the handbook that allows for relocation of these housing units from the town center into the additional phases. Is that correct?
No, so
I misunderstood
let
on that
me
one then.
see if I can point here. So what we asked of the applicant and what they included in the handbook is that 350 units are identified as a maximum within Phase 4, which is the wider color in this. Those units, or some of those units, may be transferred into the phases to the north, and some of those units may be transferred to the town center area. Staff specifically identified that it would not be appropriate to then try and transfer southward into, from town center into 1 through 3 and 5,
Okay, so I
or from these
misunderstood.
to the south.
So the added number of housing units going from the 4,125 to the 5,000 is directly tied to the incorporation of the town center. We're not adding any density on the southern portion from what was looked at previously.
That's correct.
I think that was my question for now, Commissioner, or Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions related to compatibility before we get to, again, trying to structure the questions here. Next section I see is an urban environmental design. Again, looking for feedback that helps you make your decision for master plan and zoning here. Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson, I will ask a question here. I was wondering where this was going to come up. One of the items that came up, Heather, in this section is discussion about the idea of a super pad with respect to development standards. And I know that's one of the issues, and I'll probably bring the applicant up in a moment. But can you explain for me what is being recommended with respect to the size of the super pad, and maybe even take a half step back and explain what the concept of that is, just for a point of discussion?
Sure. The applicant presented that as a part of the PUD handbook proposal, and initially staff had concerns with the request. And so during the process and after direction that was given on June 29th, staff and the applicant have met and discussed this topic multiple times. What the intent of the super pads is primarily to allow for master infrastructure and identify out the potential future development pad sites that would then be sold by the master developer to actual home developers at a later date. So really the super pads are that first subdivision within each of the phases to allow for the roadway delineation, infrastructure alignment, water tank lots possibly, and to set the framework for future development.
Okay, and so then as one of the additional conditions that was indicated, the city has recommended a minimum size of 9 acres for that. Is there a reason why that's the dimension that is being looked at?
So internally, we were discussing, what minimum size should be required. We've asked the applicant to identify the minimum size, and since it was not specifically identified in the PUD handbook, we proposed 9 acres. That would allow for the cutout of the school sites. Staff initially was comfortable with a larger super pads lot size, but really ultimately staff's goal is to ensure that development of residential parcels is not going to occur with the creation of super pads. So we wanted to make sure that there was a minimum lot size requirement that would then lend itself to future development through a tentative map process.
So the idea is that by indicating this, you want to make sure that any development that occurs in there goes through a tentative map rather than being just done on a single home basis. Is that sort of?
Right. The handbook allows for subdivision of subsequent parcels with the superpad process that's outlined in the handbook that is basically going to utilize the tentative map application, but that would not go on to a final map review. It would be through a parcel map process. And so it will expedite the master developer's ability to identify these pads that would be sold to future developers. So really, staff's goal was just to ensure that we don't get down to a small enough size that we're allowing for subdivision of land for actual home sites.
Okay. So I'll follow up with Angela. Can you come up and just to address the comment that came from staff recommending that we require the 9 acres. It's been indicated in the exhibit that you've provided that you would like that requirement stricken. Can you explain, in hearing why Heather's asked for it, why the applicant does not want that included as a part of what we're looking at?
Essentially, both state law and the Reno zoning code, as well as every other zoning code, has 2 ways to subdivide land. You can either do it through a parcel map or a tentative map. And state law triggers as a requirement. A parcel map can only be used if you have 4 or fewer lots. So that's number of lots. A tentative map is what you guys normally review, is required if there are 5 or more lots. So there's 2 options for subdividing property. Both of those options have minimum requirements, and it's based on your zoning. So whether you're doing a parcel map or a tentative map, the minimum lot size is based on what your zoning is. For instance, if your zoning is LLR1, that means 1 acre. So the minimum lot size you can do is 1 acre. So what we're asking is don't put an additional requirement to say, you no longer can use your zoning as your minimum lot size. Staff is going to require a number of 9 acres. That number really has no nexus to the development, other than that is a minimum lot size that we've allocated for future school sites. We don't feel it actually has any connection to what's being proposed. The whole intent of doing it as a super pad parcel subdivision, as Heather had outlined, the master developer does not build homes. They need the ability to come in and create larger parcels that they can sell to home builders. They also need the ability to come in and put in the master infrastructure, so your roads and your sewer lines, and to fix the drainage ways before those merchant builders or home builders comes in. So what we're asking is to do what your zoning code currently allows, your ability to do a parcel map, or your ability to do a tentative map. We don't want to deviate from what already NRS allows and what already your code allows. What we have done is added language to say that if you're going to come in with a series of parcel maps, because again, a parcel map is 4 or fewer lots. If you're going to come in with that process, after you do 1 parcel map, any additional parcel maps that you do have to go through the same process that your tentative map review process outlines.
That language is in the PUD handbook?
It is. So if you come in with a second parcel map, and again, to create super pads, that application process is going to come before the Planning Commission. And so you have the ability to comment, to make the same conditions that you would put on a tentative map. You will be doing that as part of this series of parcel maps process. And kind of to back into that is, so why are we going this route? A parcel map is a simple process. It's normally just a staff level review. Then you get your map recorded, you have APN numbers. Once you have APN numbers, you can sell that property to a merchant builder. A tentative map requires an entirely different application process called a final map. So once a tentative map comes before you guys, you don't see it anymore. But it goes through a whole separate review process that's generally these days taking about 9 months. So on top of that tentative map process, the applicant would then be going through an additional 9-month process. It's a staff review, but it requires a lot of agency coordination. So that's an additional 9 months before they'd actually have a parcel that would be created that they could sell to the home builder. That home builder has to go through a tentative map and a final map process on their own. So every development, every parcel that is divided on Stonegate is going to come before you, and most likely twice. Again, once to create that super pad, and a second time when the home builder comes in with his actual tentative map for development of that property.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate the explanation. No further questions.
Thank you. Heather, I have one quick question for you before we move on. One of the, and I'm maybe not sure that it falls within this, but we're talking about, units and types of units within the development. With the addition of the piece to the north, and thinking about the memo that we got from legal today, asking us to look at the city council findings, and one of those is for the master plan related to housing affordability. Does the addition of the northern piece, how does that change the potential affordability component of this proposal?
So with the proposed with the proposed master plan, which is on the left-hand side of the screen right now, the urban residential commercial land use designation speaks about residential densities of 21 plus being appropriate in those areas, up to 40, but the PUD handbook limits it at 30 dwelling units per acre. So in addition to the 200 affordable units that the applicants identified in phase 5 on the south side of the freeway, this does offer the ability for additional multifamily development, which is not specifically identified as affordable, but it does provide for a higher density housing type that would lend itself to possibly lower rents.
Would you say that again, from looking at the master plan finding, that's consistent with the housing studies, with the information that we're getting from regional planning? I mean, are we tracking here with this proposal, with all of that, literature coming out and technical reports?
I'll address this, and then if you have additional questions further, I'll turn it over to Sienna. But from the findings that we've received in some of the analysis or the reports that have been provided to us, there is a missing element of provision for higher density and medium density multifamily development. And so the 21 to 30 dwelling units per acre would help to provide that additional housing to serve City of Reno residents.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Okay, thanks, Heather.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we will move on then if there aren't any other questions in that segment of the staff report. Street sections is the next one that comes up for me, and let's consider this as the internal circulation within the project. And there were some some statements that came up in that Exhibit 3 related to street sections and circulation within the project. So now would be the time to get answers related to those questions, if you're looking for those answers. Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, I'll ask the first question on this. Heather, so included in the handbook from Stonegate is a recommendation for their roadway sections to not include curbs, that the drainage would go off of the road into a landscaped area for infiltration rather than collection into a storm drain. City of Reno has recommended curbs. Can you explain the reasoning behind that? And I know Janelle's going to stand up, but I'm going to ask you first, just so if that's, so if you want to defer to Janelle, I'll let that happen.
Thank you. Yes, I will defer to Janelle for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I won't restate the question, Janelle.
Nope.
I'll let you respond. Thank you.
Janelle Thomas, senior engineer or civil engineer for the record. Yeah, so staff did have some concerns with the drainage directly adjacent to the roadway sections. And I believe that you received, if I can get that over here. So I believe it's a little bit hard to see these exhibits, but I know you have them in your packet. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through what our concerns are. We have several concerns related to the drainage flowing off of the street without that curb section. One of which is the safety of our drivers. We have concern over lane departures of vehicles exiting the roadway and becoming entangled in a roadside channel, such as is depicted in these cross sections. The second concern that we have is the operations and maintenance of those facilities. While we did have discussions with the applicant regarding our concerns regarding the operations and maintenance of these channels, and as you can see in these exhibits, the right-of-way lines have been relocated to just to the outside of those post-curb structures, identifying that those sections which are outside of the right-of-way would be owned and operated by the HOA. The concern that we have regarding that is that the separation between those channels and the roadway section could be influenced by infiltration of water into the subgrade portion of the and base sections of our roadways, thus potentially causing premature failures of our roadways. So there isn't, it shows that those channels are directly adjacent to the roadway sections, and that is concerning. We also have concern over, obviously, the lifespan of those roadways due to the potential infiltration of stormwater into those subgrade materials.
Okay, so taking that into account, in a curb and gutter situation, where does the water go or the snow go or anything that lands on that road that in the proposed scenario goes to the landscape? Where would it go?
Right. So there are other alternatives as far as how curb and gutter sections may or may not be designed to transfer that drainage into a drainage swale or channel. And we have made that suggestion, but it has not been implemented to date. So you could potentially, and I don't want to try to influence the design directly at the podium regarding the design that we're looking for, but there are other alternatives to collecting that stormwater and then having those exit into those drainage channels in periodic fashion. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
So
Does
I
that
guess
answer all of your question?
That was, I wanted to know what the city's concerns were, so now I would
Sure.
like to have the applicant come up and explain, not necessarily rebut, but I would like to hear a little explanation with respect to the thoughts about, one, the depth of the channel, and two, the edge ravel on the pavement.
And what I will add before I leave the podium is that if you do have questions about the other cross sections, I'm happy to answer those, because there are differences between the arterial collectors and local roadways.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Janelle.
Thank you. I'm going to have, there we go. I'm going to actually have some visuals to go along with this topic. We have a lot of visuals. Okay. The whole purpose of deleting curb and gutter is because we're trying to create a community that is different than a typical urban environment. And as part of that, we're trying to incorporate low-impact development. And this is something that is supported by Reno Sparks, Washoe County. that there's a document out there that they have all bought into, that they have all took part in as part of the drafting of this document. And it encourages low impact development and some of the techniques we've done as part of the street design. So here just outlines a few excerpts from that document that I can just point to say these are things that we've incorporated with all the street designs that are contained within Stonegate. So I wanted to kind of walk through what a bad example looks like so you can get a better understanding of what not to do and what Stonegate is not proposing, and then walk you through a good example of how low impact development is done correctly.
Okay, Angela, I'm going to take a little bit of levity away from you here. I have two things I'd like you to discuss. I'd like you to discuss the depth of the channel, because there's some concern about roadway, and then the discussion about the edge ravel for going off the sides. I appreciate the discussion about low impact development, but that's not my question right now. I'd like to respond directly to the two items that were brought up by the city, if you could do that.
Sure, so specifically the depth of the swell we're looking at is about 6 inches. And typical
Is that
curb and gutter.
Is that typical for all of the different roadway sections that are proposed in the PUD?
It varies depending on what type of road. There's a difference between our arterials where we have a very wide area, 180 feet. So your roadway and your swell next to it varies. So to graphically in your mind, picture your roadway is, say, 40 feet wide, and I'm just throwing a number out. The distance between where your roadway, your pavement ends, and where that deeper swale is, that's deeper than 6 inches, is you're talking 20 to 40 feet away. So it's not as if that deeper swale is right next to the roadway. The swells that are the 6 inches are physically separated from your pavement, again, by a clearing distance. There's, again, standards that we follow with all of these. So the shallower swells are the ones that are closer to the pavement, but they are not adjacent to the pavement. There's a distance between where the pavement ends and where those 6-inch swells are located.
And then obviously with water coming off the edges, we've heard some comments from the audience tonight, obviously not a roadway section, but certainly with drainage coming through there and either washing away or eating away at what we're doing. In a situation, if there is no curb and gutter, how do you address the fact that when the water hits the edge of the pavement, it doesn't slowly begin to undercut and edge ravel that asphalt?
And a lot of that has to do with the way that the road crowns. If you have a road, let's just say there's a 2-lane road and it's crowning in the middle, your water is going to drain off to both sides. Let's say you're on a slight slope this way. So if you're crowning this way and the road is slightly that way, and I'm exaggerating so you can see, the water that then drains off that side is going to come under the road. And I think that's what we're talking about, is the water that drains on a slope and then goes into the subgrade. But what you can also do is design your road so it doesn't crown in the middle. You can design it so it goes that way or that way, so all of the water then goes off of the street and into a drainage area where it's not going to loop back around under your subgrade. It's going to continue going where the direction that the road has been designed, either one way or the other, again, where it's infiltrated into the ground and continues to move that direction, because that's the way that the ground slopes naturally.
So then I will follow it up, if I can have Janelle come back up, just as a point of reference on that. You didn't have to kick your phone. You could have just left it where it was.
Sorry.
So I understand what is being said. Basically, there's some concern about roadway water going both directions as opposed to a sheet flow in a single direction. From the city standpoint, is there an understanding of does that help alleviate some of the concerns, or are we still looking at basically not wanting to have a bare piece of asphalt or a post curb at the edge of, or a flush post curb at the edge of the pavement?
Janelle Thomas again for the record. So I would say that the city still has concerns regarding that design. When the channels are flowing, there is potential for saturation on the edges, which could potentially infiltrate into the subgrade and base.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Angela, please. Based off of Commissioner Johnson's questions and several that I have regarding roadways, I want to get into specifics. I realize this is not a roadway design application, but it's the handbook that determines how the roadways are going to be designed and whether or not they will be accepted by the city of Reno, recommended by the Planning Commission, however we want to discuss that right now. So when we're talking about a 6-inch deep swale at the edge of a road, you're not looking at taking a lot of water in a 6-inch deep swale unless it's very broad. Am I right in that assumption?
Correct.
Okay. And if we're concerned about water taking out the edge of the road, then how are we going to how far away from the edge of the road is the swale going to be, and how are we going to efficiently get water from the edge of the road into that swale without losing compaction and materials of ground cover on the edge of the roadway that's landscaped?
Let's maybe just look at this example up here. This is a collector road. Before we were looking at an arterial. Again, these are just concept drawings, so we can interchange them for whichever one you want to talk about. When you look at the total travel lane width up there, 37 feet, and then off to the right, it's a 10-foot drainage corridor, and you can see that slight grade change from one end to the other. So as stormwater comes onto that road and drains off of the road, it goes into that drainage corridor. When you're having a major event, such as a flood or an extremely, a lot of rain, it's kind of a unique situation. But on the other side, and again, depending on which road concept we're looking at, we have kind of two ways of collecting water. You know, you have these swells, which are, again, your 6-inch small areas. Let's look at that as an example. On the picture on the right is a swell on the right side of the road. The picture on the left is more of a channel where water is collected. So here's just an example of the one on the left is where the water is going to drain, and that has the ability to capture more water. The one on the right is your slight swell, where you're trying to just capture the water and let it infiltrate in the ground. But that design, this is an example of how that can look. You do that because you have vegetation on the side, and again, these are things that you want. You want vegetation. You want the water to come off and go into the vegetation and then go back into the groundwater. That's the whole purpose of this.
Right, so that you're actually making my point for me at this time, because we're talking about ground saturation. When you get oversaturation of the ground, or even ground saturation, and you get a heavy enough vehicle or enough vehicle movement over it, it can continue to vibrate the ground and cause water pumping or compaction loss of an area next to the road. And that is part of the concern that the City of Reno Engineering Department has with this type of a road. So how is Stonegate going to prevent that from happening? I mean, I know this is used in many different states, in many different areas. You and I actually talked about it earlier this week. I've researched several different states around the United States who use a similar product. And there is a means to it. So how, I'm sure you've got all kinds of staff here for supporting. Does somebody have some additional information and specifics?
Yeah, and I'll let our civil engineer go into the technical engineering aspect of this from a broader.
Conceptually, I understand what you're saying, and I think all the commissioners do based upon your drawings.
Right.
But now we need specific information in order to deal with specific concerns of engineering.
Yep, and let me also point out too that the concerns about the maintenance, and maybe this leads back to your question, is
it's not the maintenance right now.
Okay, I'll stop.
It's just the engineering design of it. How does it work?
Yep, I'm going to defer to Tom Young, who is a civil engineer with Loomis and Associates.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Tom Young with Loomis and Associates, and so we're getting into the real details here, things that would occur not at the planned unit development stage and not necessarily even at the tentative map stage, but at the final map stage. So some of these answers we don't have, questions we don't have the answers to yet. But the process would be is the geotechnical engineer will design the street section in a way to account for a more wetter condition with the LID design.
Okay. Is it better in the LID design to have a large area of collection of water, meaning hundreds of feet of road edge, versus smaller areas of road edge to collect the water and move it into ditches or swales?
I'm not sure I understand your question, but if the question is it better to have a road with just a shoulder and no curb? Or is it better to have a curb with openings every once in a while to allow the water into the swale? Is that the question?
Great question.
Okay, perfect. From an LID design standpoint, it is much better to, the water's flowing off the road in a sheet condition as it's coming off the pavement. It's much better to leave that in a sheet condition as it crosses over the flush curb and then down into the swale, instead of concentrating the flow into a curb section and then trying to spread it back out into the swale again.
Okay.
That's a primary concept of LID design. You see curb cuts used a lot of times in retrofit situations, but it's better to use a flush curb if you are, in my opinion, if you're designing from scratch.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Angela. If you'd come back up to the podium, please, Angela. And go back to your sketch on any one of the four roadways, that's fine. We'll use the collector concept. You've got a drainage corridor from back edge of post curb of 10 feet in this particular design. What is considered a safe vehicular distance to put a swale or ditch from the back edge of the post curb?
There are national standards. AASHTO is the national standards, and that answer is based on the type of road, whether it's an arterial, collector, local, the speed of those roads, and how much traffic is on those roads. So it's not a black and white answer, but there are basically clear distance requirements from the travel lane to where those drainage corridors or swells are located.
Okay, so every one of the roads designed and built will be different because of speed and the actual usage, single lane, double lane, amount of vehicle trips, those types of things. And that will be done later. Is that why you've proposed so many different roadways?
Stonegate has basically, I'm going to call them four main types of roads. There's arterials, which are the main connections. We have a 4-lane and a 2-lane arterial, and then we go down from there. And this is, again, kind of typical for what you would find in a normal street section. You know, you typically have arterial roads, you have major and minor arterial, you have collector, you have local. So all of those are typical in the city of Reno. What we've done is we have amended those to correspond to that LID design. So because we have 5,000 homes, 1,700 acres, we have a lot of road network, and so not every road is equal, not every road is the same. So we had to come up with a separate street section concept for each type of road.
Okay. Last question, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Angela, the design that you have on the screen right now shows the right-of-way at the back of the post curb. So whose responsibility, once the roadway is dedicated, is the post curb?
Typically, that goes to the city. And typically, curb, gutter, post curb goes to the city. And then everything through the Stonegate PUD. Everything outside of the right-of-way is owned and maintained by Stonegate's HOA.
Okay, so even if this were a curb and gutter situation and not an LID concept, the curb gutter, per our Orange Book standards, or a post curb or an A curb or whatever it might be, becomes, once the roadway is dedicated, the responsibility of the city.
Correct.
Thank you. Janelle, can I get you to come back up real quick? I just want you to, the last question I asked about dedicated roadways, curbs, gutters, A curbs, whatever, post curbs, do you agree with Angela's answer that once that roadway is dedicated and accepted by the city, that becomes the responsibility of maintenance by the city?
Yes, so Janelle Thomas for the record again. Typically, the roadway sections are to back face of curb, and but there is some distance behind that in order to accommodate repair, reconstruction of those facilities. But typically, the roadway section, once it's built to city standards, would be able to be dedicated to the city for public use and operations.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, I have no other questions on streets right now.
Okay, great questions. Janelle, before you sit down, you mentioned that you were ready to put up a street section or talk about street sections. We have one in here, number 9 in Exhibit 3, that asked about arterials.
Okay.
What is the city looking for on that?
Let's see. So is that the 4-lane arterial or?
Number 9, you have typical street section standard and figures for proposed arterials located within the town center phase.
Is that you? That's Heather.
That's Heather. Okay. Heather, how do we close that gap?
Thank you. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. Number 9 in Exhibit 3 was specifically to identify in the handbook what the street sections were going to be utilized in town center. The street sections were created in the handbook prior to the addition of the town center phase. And so really staff was just looking for the applicant to identify what street sections would be utilized in the town center. Additionally, we do have concerns with the potential for a high school, industrial uses, commercial uses, and residential, and how that would work as far as pedestrian and bicycle circulation and potential conflicts with vehicle traffic. So really, we're just looking for design standards for town center with regard to access and circulation.
Okay, so that's a fairly simple
Yes.
provide a street section.
Correct.
Okay. As long as you mentioned, or as long as you're up there, you mentioned pedestrian and bicycle access. The one above that, number 8, in that Exhibit 3 talks about internal pedestrian connectivity. Again, how do we close that gap there? What are you looking for in that one?
So on that one, one second while I find out what's in this presentation. Do you have the trails circulation at all in here? May I please have the, is this the overhead? Sorry about that. Okay, so number 8 is related to both pedestrian and bicycle access between the south phases and the town center, and also for circulation within town center. So the applicant has provided in the handbook 2 points of connection for pedestrian access. One of them is, under the freeway or over the freeway, and the other is potentially within future phase 5, I believe, going across at this location here. Timing for those improvements and design for those improvements or connections are not identified currently in the handbook, and so we've asked for them to clarify that with standards and potentially details.
And to follow up on that, the staff report talks about pedestrian access as it relates to what we were talking about before with the LID versus typical curb gutter sidewalk scenario. It sounded like in the staff report that there was some concern about safe pedestrian access with this LID approach. Did I understand that correctly? Particularly related to crosswalks? Maybe I can pull that up. I highlighted it in the staff report.
Circulation? I think that comment was more related to the local street design with sidewalk proposed on one side and driveways and LID elements as proposed on the local roads.
Okay. Yeah, you said the issues include challenges for pedestrians crossing from the sidewalk side of the street to homes adjacent, with a curb gutter versus an adjacent open channel storm drain. Pedestrian access issues.
Right. Yeah, on those local streets where we have driveways and LID elements on one side and then sidewalks on the other.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, can I follow up with
Yeah.
Heather on that, please? Heather, can you put up on the overhead the local street design, please? You and I had a conversation regarding sidewalks, curb and gutter, in the residential areas with these local street designs. And I believe it's your understanding as well as mine that the sheet drainage is going to go from the curb and gutter side across the street to the LID concept side, which is no curb and gutter and immediate vegetation to a swale that will then carry the water. Am I correct in that, and is that your opinion also?
Yes, that's my understanding as well with conversations with the applicant, and it sort of looks that way here with a minor grade from the edge of sidewalk across the roadway to the drainage swale on the other side of the road. And that drainage swale will consist of not only landscape area, but also driveways and potentially walkways to each of the residents.
Okay. The city has concerns with the LID concept side. Can you briefly just state those in bullet point form, what those are? Because I'm gonna ask Angela to come back up and address them. And I remember our conversation, but for the record, I'd like you to say them.
Sure, thank you. I'm gonna turn that over to Janelle to address.
Okay, great. Even better. Hi, Janelle.
Hey, I'm back. So the concerns that we have from the city's standpoint is the multiple crossings that you will experience on the LID side. So you're going to have multiple driveway locations in addition to the potential walkways to the front doors of these homes. And so you have a swale which is intended to traverse the length of the roadway, and with those multiple crossings, you have those interruptions. Some of the designs that we've seen in the county include culverts underneath crossings, and we've seen those fail. The city actually is owners of several county roads in which those failures have occurred during storm events. The proposal on the table right now is, my understanding from the applicant is that they are proposing to utilize the swale as, at those crossings would actually act as a weir. And so the water would flow over the driveway and over the walkways. And they can correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay. Thank you. Angela, if you would come back up, and if you need to defer to Tom, that's fine.
Sure.
Would you please address the concerns that Janelle just discussed from the city of Reno's standpoint? And then if you don't get all of my concerns, I'll ask you mine.
So I think, backing into this, was the concern that there's water flowing into somebody's driveway Was that your concern?
The concern is, yes, that water can back up into someone's driveway. I mean, because we don't have specifics, we don't know whether the water's going over or under at this point. If it goes under, then a 6-inch deep swale across somebody's front yard is not necessarily going to be efficient when I think of what it takes for a box culvert going through a driveway approach.
Correct.
So the 6 inch has gone away, and now it's all of a sudden become deeper. And it appears to me from the sketches that you've got landscaping across somebody's front yard going all the way up to the edge of the roadway. That creates two problems. One, somebody is going to change, or their landscaping is going to change the flow line or the depth of the ditch or how the water is going to be retained or flowing. And second of all, then, again, going back to subgrade, it's moisture conditioning the subgrade and keeping it moist by watering the plants when it's not a storm situation.
So keep in mind, this is more of a local road. So your area where you're actually having storm drain is confined to a very small area. We're not going to have raging rivers going down the local streets just because the width of these streets is not wide enough, similar to like we saw in the arterial, where it's more of a 180-foot distance between right-of-way and what's on the other side of the right-of-way. So that's one answer in dealing with, is that 6-inch swell enough to capture the water and not flood that driveway? My answer to that would be yes. And again, all of this has to go through an engineered hydraulic analysis, and that's done at the final map design level. So that would have to be approved per the city.
Okay, but that's, and that's exactly what I'm getting to. Right now, you are asking the 6 of us to consider reversing standard design for the city of Reno and going to a design that you are proposing that's not approved, and we don't have specifics on it, but you'll bring it to us, Stonegate will bring it to us at a later date. And what prevents Stonegate from saying, well, hey, this is what's approved in our handbook, and this is how we make it work, and it still isn't what the city of Reno is willing to accept?
I think there's...
You see, it's a catch-22. And in order to get some resolution here, conceptually, I'm okay with it. Details are lacking, and I have a hard time making some findings. Convince me.
When you actually go down to final design and you look at how much, again, it's an area question and it's a hydrologic question. So all that's analyzed, and there's kind of two ways that you can do this design. You can do it with that 6-inch swell, and it doesn't, it's an open swell, right? It doesn't have a culvert. You can also do it with an underground culvert. So there's two ways to do that. This concept works with both of those options. If I think, and I think where you're coming from is, but I need to know.
The hydrology report only has so many, whether cubic feet, second, gallons per minute, whatever the calculation is, that it will hold and carry that volume of water.
Maybe another alternative that we can propose is to put in a second road section. So this would be one option where it's an open drainage well. This is on a local road. Another alternative would be to come up with this same local design, but with a culvert concept instead of the open drainage well. So that gives you a little bit more comfort level that there are other options out there with this same type of design, street section design, that can be incorporated. And you know, with all engineering, everything really comes down to a finite detail of the grading and the drainage and the whole concept. So we try to put in enough of a concept in all of these renderings, but we know that there's going to be flexibility in how those are actually delivered at the end of the day. But this tells you what the width is of each of those travel lanes. It tells you where those bike lanes are, the width of those bike lanes. It tells you the minimum width of those drainage corridors. All of that is the concept that we're proposing with the street sections.
Okay. Is there a way to leave it open that if on a local street or any of your four proposed concepts do not work, that the fallback becomes curb and gutter?
Absolutely. We can add another street section, or we could even add an asterisk that allows curb and gutter on any one of these street designs.
Okay. Thank you. Janelle, would you come back up and let's talk about that asterisk for a minute?
Okay.
Do you believe that where I was headed with this additional fallback is something that could be worked out with Stonegate, that could work and protect the city's interest in the future? As an additional option, rather than an either or?
I think that staff would prefer that we have a fairly straightforward path forward with this design. And that is why we have expressed our concerns regarding
Okay.
the design that's been presented.
That's a fair answer also. And I asked the question for all of us so that, you know, if there's an option, we've got it covered. If there isn't, we've got it covered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, I hold off on other questions right now.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins?
I had a question for Charlotte.
Good evening, Charlotte Honey, City Engineer for the record.
My one question is, if we're worried about degradation of the asphalt, why can't we use a rubberized concrete road base like we did with granite?
Rubberized concrete. I think we're concerned in the scenario shown with saturation of the subgrade. A lot of our town has poor soils. The soils report that I saw with respect to Stonegate wasn't very specific, but it did mention high groundwater in one of the areas. But we see a lot of saturated subgrades. We spend a lot of time and effort, and a lot of our design principles in the design manual are intended to keep the water away from the road so that it doesn't sit, pool, soak in, and get underneath the asphalt section. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good questions. We're going to shift gears, commissioners, to parks, which is the next item up in our staff report. Questions related to parks. And I'll ask the first one. A question came up in public comment related to the long-term security and maintenance of park and park facilities within this development. And perhaps, Heather, you can start us off by helping us out answering that question, and then maybe we can go from there in terms of who maintains in the city of Reno, who maintains the security of our open space, our park facilities?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record again. Typically, city parks are maintained by the city. In this case, Stonegate has proposed that while the parks will be open to the public, that they be constructed and maintained by the association.
So in this case, if the parks are public spaces, but privately maintained and privately secured, then how can we ensure as a city the safety of our open spaces if we're not, as a city, providing those services? How do we make that assurance to park goers, the public?
I believe those terms can be outlined as a part of the parks contract with the master developer, but I can defer to the Parks Department to answer that question further if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be great.
For the record, good evening, Andy Bass, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services. Heather's exactly right. This would be addressed in our Parks Development Agreement. We currently have agreements for Somerset, Double Diamond, where those parks are maintained by the HOA, and it works out really well for us.
Excellent. Commissioner Leisky, you want to follow up on that?
Thank you. Actually, Andy, you might start with this one. I did not flag it, shame on me, in all the 600 and some thousand pages I have. But there is a reimbursement section that is available to Stonegate if they provide certain amenities, certain size parks, or certain numbers. Can you, I think the city of Reno offered on their side of the staff report, there was several bullet points, playground equipment, grass areas, walkways. Can you quickly describe what those are that you have available?
Yes, certainly. You're referencing the residential construction tax that we would receive
Yes.
from the construction of the houses. Those can be used for anything that is publicly open, so that's a key component of it. But it's your typical park amenities, playgrounds, trails, picnic shelters, anything that you would typically see within a park, it can be used for that.
Okay, so I'm very familiar with some of the parks down in the Double Diamond, Damani Ranch area, and those are smaller in size, but they appear to have a playground area, a restroom area, a picnic area, and either an open field or a ballpark area. Is that the same type of a park that you would expect to see Stonegate provide in order to have these tax credits available to them, or tax refunds?
Absolutely. That's what we're looking for. We have been in negotiations. We're currently in discussions of this park agreement, and that's exactly what we're including in there, is your typical park amenities as you've described.
Okay, and so you just kind of opened up where I was going to go with Angela, and maybe you just keep going. You have started these negotiations, these discussions have been taking place with Stonegate and the city of Reno?
Correct. We currently have a draft agreement that we are working on.
Okay, and there would be something in place by the time this would go to city council for approval?
That has been one of the points of discussion, is the timing of that. Truthfully, in our regard, that agreement is really what opens up the use of residential construction tax. So as long as it's done before they start trying to build something, that's our concern. We want to make sure it's done before they're going to their permitting or special.
Sure.
Special
But right
use
now,
permit.
you don't see any major stumbling blocks. This is going forward so that the way it's written up, and Heather has presented it, and staff has presented it, that it shouldn't be an issue when the time comes and the threshold is hit during construction.
We're in a good place right now. Quite frankly, we are in a good position because they will not get any of that residential construction tax until the agreement is completed. So they certainly want to get that done.
Nice, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions then.
Great. Mr. Douglas.
Hi, Andy. So I have a quick question. Griffith Douglas, for the record. It was brought up in public comment that one of the gentlemen would like to take a walk through. I'm assuming that part of the terms would ensure that they stay public parks.
Certainly, if they're going to use residential construction tax, they absolutely
So it wouldn't
have to be public
sunset
parks.
or anything. Okay, that's all.
Commissioners, now's our chance to ask questions related to parks. If there are none, we'll move on.
Good evening.
Thanks, Andy. So the next section of the staff report is permitted uses. Did commissioners have any questions related to permitted uses? The next section after that is signs. I know there were questions on that. If there are none on permitted uses. Commissioner Weisky?
I have one for Heather, please.
Okay.
Heather, one of the permitted uses, there is allowed use. It's a problem when you have too many questions.
Page 37 of the handbook. That's
Thank
where it
you.
begins.
Is outdoor fabrication and storage. I'm actually looking on page 41. The outdoor manufacturing process assembly requires an SUP where outdoor storage is a permitted use. Why wouldn't those be the same?
So I actually, in discussions with the applicant, because of the size of the industrial property, 41 acres about, it's a pretty small industrial piece. And so in discussions between staff and the applicant, we were recommending that more IC, industrial commercial type uses be located at this site. And I believe that outdoor manufacturing and processing and fabrication was an oversight on my part. In the handbook that I provided to you, outdoor storage staff is recommending be prohibited in the industrial area. I would also recommend that outdoor manufacturing and processing be prohibited in this area as well.
Be prohibited?
Be prohibited.
Okay.
And this is mainly for a compatibility and from a visual aspect issue. The industrial site is going to be relatively visible from White Lake Parkway. In addition to that, we will have a high school potentially nearby. Residential is allowed in this area, and so those uses are typically higher intensity industrial uses, and that's why we would propose they not be allowed.
That's why I changed P to permitted. Because I thought, if we're going to have outdoor manufacturing, processing, or fabrication, which is employment, it's typically better paying than normal jobs. If some of that takes place outside or in a smaller area, somebody takes manufactured product and moves it outside their building until it's shipped, it can be screened. I understand White Lakes is right there, but maybe, what is your opinion of an SUP for both so that an appropriate business with appropriate screening could be allowed to go in and add to the employment?
With regard to both of those uses, if the applicant were to incorporate standards regarding location, size, things like that we have addressed in the industrial commercial zone and RMC, I think a special use permit may be appropriate. At this time, the additional use regulations don't cover location, visibility, things like that.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think about how it could work together with the, accomplishing what you're looking at. I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Before we get to questions related to signs, we're going to take a quick recess. We will resume at 9:15. Bathrooms on the second floor. If you head up the elevators out here, take them up to the second floor. There are the restrooms.
Help Getting out of that chair. doesn't get touched. They should have left and gone, yeah, nothing's being built in there. But they don't understand what they're looking at. Their attorney. I don't know about that, but. I know, it's not over. Came back. Well, turn it on and start watching it, would you? I'm a little bit. Yeah, but keep Charlene here later. She doesn't have a real job. She's got a whole staff of people that do everything. Yes. I hope so. He was a minute ago. I think they're going to move air quality at the current schools. Over in the, yeah, and Charlene, the shorter gal next to him, is the head of air quality. No, yeah. Mm-hmm. I like it. I like it. Black light it, it will. About building houses. Well, either people are in favor of them or they're against them. The prices? We don't set prices. That's up to the developers. But we don't, that's not for us to determine. Oh, they are.
Michelle, you ready?
Okay, we're ready to go.
So we're going to bring the meeting back to order here, and we're going to change the game plan a little bit. We have some representatives from outside agencies here to help us out answering questions this evening, including representatives from school district, police and fire, and Washoe County Health. So we're going to push signs down a little bit in our question and answers and move into anything related to air quality or environmental health. We have a representative from the Health District who can help us answer questions to that regard. I'm going to ask the question then, related to air quality. And if I could have Charlene, thanks for being here.
Good evening.
Good evening. Charlene, one of the, again, going back to the findings that legal counsel clarified for us at the beginning of this agenda item related to the natural resources component and the finding that we have to make for the master plan. And one of the big natural resource considerations in our region as a whole, not just the city of Reno, but for the region, is air quality and in particular ozone. And I know that the Health District has recently put together their ozone advance plan and taken that around to the various jurisdictions. Can you help me put this proposal in the context of that plan, and how do those kind of reconcile with each other?
Okay, for the record, Charlene Albee, I'm the Director of the Air Quality Management Division of the Washoe County Health District. We have standards, air quality standards set by EPA, and those are health-based national ambient air quality standards. We have monitoring sites around the region that measure where our pollutants are at, and then we compare that to the standards. If we are meeting those standards, we're attaining those standards, then that shows that whatever control strategies we have in place are working. When we exceed those standards, we go into what's called non-attainment. At that point in time, we have to look at additional control strategies to get emission reductions. That typically is one of the first questions that when new industry comes to town, they ask us, what's your attainment status? Because they realize as an industrial source of emissions, they may have to put additional pollution control equipment on. So we applied to EPA to get into the Ozone Advance Program. And what that is for areas that are attaining the standard, there is an entire toolbox of control strategies that have been proven across the country that are voluntary control measures that you can implement now to help you continue to attain the standard in hopes of avoiding exceeding the standard and having to go to mandatory control strategies, which that's, anytime you go to mandatory, that's when things start getting uncomfortable and difficult. So in the air quality eye of development, we always look at transportation. The largest source of emissions in our area is actually from vehicles. And that's on-road vehicles and then off-road vehicles. So off-road vehicles is not only construction equipment, but planes, trains, bus, things that are operating off the roads. The ideal development in an air quality perspective is infill. You can optimize open lands, the redevelopment Reno's doing downtown. Those are great because you have the infrastructure's already in place. You've got access to public transit. You're closer to where people's destinations are going to be. You're reducing vehicle miles traveled. So vehicle miles traveled is really the impact that we see from development. That's the tangible that we see. A project like this doesn't have those opportunities. It's not close to regional transport or transportation. It's the numbers that were identified in the project have moved around. I think originally it was about 26,000 average daily trips. Then tonight on the presentation it was 40,000, and in the staff report it's 60,000.
whatever it is among those numbers, for an air quality perspective, you look at those daily trips by the vehicle miles traveled. That's what's really going to be our air quality impact. We recognize development's coming. We recognize it's going to happen. But what we do is, with our Ozone Advance program, by getting that adopted through resolution by the city, those opportunities are out there now to say, what can we do to minimize those cumulative impacts? So they were just cumulative impacts are everything. So you're just talking about who's going to maintain the parks. Well, if it's the city of Reno, they're going to drive from the corporate yard all the way out there. Those are cumulative impacts. The location of a school. The map has several different options of parcels. The parcels that are on the very edge maximizes vehicle miles traveled. Because if the school's on one end and the houses are over here, that's the maximum distance traveled. So through smart growth and smart planning, if you centrally locate those schools so that you've cut the distance down so that everybody can get to it, you've reduced vehicle miles traveled, you're actually supporting safe routes to school, so we've got walking and biking, and kids are able to get to school without having to get in mom's car and drive around. I will actually say that one of the smartest things that I've seen done lately, I actually use you guys as an example, is Ranchera. When they were looking at where it was going to be located within relation to the school, and actually popping the hole through the back so that they could get straight to the school. Those are the things that we really need to look at from an air quality perspective. Something of this magnitude is going to affect air quality. Currently, our air quality design value, which is what we had to report to EPA, is 0.0706 parts per billion of ozone. The standard was just lowered to 0.070. Luckily for us, EPA truncates after that third decimal point. That's how close we were to being either in attainment or non-attainment of the ozone standard. So when we see these developments coming, we need to make sure that every opportunity is taken to reduce those vehicle miles traveled, if at all possible. So we're that close that as these things come in, there's a cumulative impact, and we have to be able to look at that and weigh the options that we have available for us. So something that, like this project that's that far out of town, there's no RTC public transit, so maybe that's something that we look at. Those are the things that we need to consider. So locations of schools. Another thing that we would say that's in the Ozone Advance plan is sustainability and planning for things like electric vehicles. It's very easy when you're building new homes to put a 20-amp breaker in the garage and have that already wired for an electric vehicle. Those are coming, the infrastructure's coming. Multi-unit housing to have some dedicated charging stations. When you're putting those in the beginning, it's really a minimal cost for a major impact on reducing the vehicle miles that are generated from gasoline vehicles.
Is a VMT the same regardless of, is the same distance of a VMT? So if it's a vehicle traveling at 70 miles an hour or a vehicle traveling at 10 and then 20 and then 70 and then 0, potentially in congestion, is that VMT from an air quality perspective the same or different? That congestion VMT versus, say, like a 70 mile an hour point A to point B VMT?
The congestion VMT is going to be more because you have a longer duration of the engine running. So if you can drive from point A to point B at whatever mile an hour, obviously higher speeds consume more gas, they have more emissions. But if you're doing the same distance and it takes you twice or 3 times as long to get there because you're just sitting there idling, that's going to be an increase in emissions. So whenever we can see projects that are going to reduce the congestion, so the congestion mitigation, CMAQ projects. Anytime we can reduce the congestion, we do get an air quality benefit from that. That's the South Meadows, or the Southeast Connector is one of those projects that we're hoping to get a significant reduction in congestion that'll hopefully alleviate. To put that in perspective of this project, there's only one road going out there. So if it is not capable of handling the capacity, then you're going to have all those cars sitting there idling. There's a real understanding about the way water drains in hydrographic basins. We actually use those for air quality also. We have a natural drainage around here that comes off of the mountains, comes down in, and our low spot in our community is actually Sparks, Old Sparks. And so even though it seems like it's way out there and it's not going to affect anything, we do have the drainage that's going to bring those emissions down into the valley here.
Okay. Appreciate that information. Commissioners, other questions for Charlene? Air quality? Thank you.
All righty, you're welcome.
Oh,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Hawkins for the record. What benefits do we receive from Stonegate's mountainside full of trees?
I would say since those trees are already there, that benefit's already included. When you have urban settings like downtown Reno, downtown Sparks, and you have an urban forestry program, that actually provides quite a bit of benefit with the cooling. So instead of having heat islands where the concrete just generates all this heat, ozone is formed from a photochemical reaction between nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds in the presence of sunlight. When you have the intense heat coming off, the concrete reflecting it all up, that intensifies and accelerates the formation of ozone. When you can get the trees in, you actually provide shade and it slows down the formation. Where this is located way out on the side of a mountain where there's not really a heat island there now, I would say the development is going to start creating a heat island. And so the trees that are put in will help. But for the trees on the side of the mountain that are there now, they do provide some air cleaning because they do absorb some pollutants.
Okay. Thanks,
All righty,
Charlene.
thank you.
So if there are no other questions for air quality, public health, lost my place on our list here, but let's move on to schools if we can. There's Mike. That was good timing. He was just waiting for his name. He's been waiting for his name for 3.5 hours.
I've been waiting for 60 days.
Yeah, right. All last meeting too. All right, commissioners, here's your chance to ask your question to Mike about schools.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. I'll start. Mike, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good. There was a question earlier, and I just kind of jotted some quick notes. Is Washoe County School District okay with the high school location? There seemed to be some concern in some emails and even public comment this evening about the proposed location of the high school in particular.
Right, and for the record, my name is Mike Bosser with the Washoe County School District. And yes, Commissioner Weissy, we're okay with the general location of where the high school has been located on the maps. We've met with Stonegate over the last, gosh, it's almost been a year now. They've met with us back and forth on the 4 school sites that Angela mentioned. We would only need 2 of those sites, and those will be dependent on how many kids start coming out of those houses and demand-driven, that kind of thing. But on the high school, yes, in general, we're okay with that. And I know there was a comment about the location possibly near the freeway and near, I think it's, is it White Lake Parkway that goes around that way? We actually prefer to have a high school on those major roadways so that we can get easy access for all the events that happen at high schools and all the kids that are driving, not to mention the parents and staff. So yes, we're good with that location in general. We can, and we're flexible though. That can move around a little bit depending on what the commission needs, what City of Reno staff needs.
And we understand right now, there's no property lines, streets drawn or anything like that, but in general, that location on the north side of the freeway works in with, future plans of the school district.
Yes, sir, it does. And the reason it does is that North Valley's high school right now is at 100% capacity. So we're there. There are other high schools we're considering. You may have heard of the Wild Creek Golf Course High School that is completely different from this. So I don't want to mix the two, but we're also working on some other projects where there'd be a high school down at Wild Creek and then another one down at Butler Ranch. But this high school on the north side on White Lake there is great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Johnson, my question as far as there's some comments with respect to both the handbook and the applicant's discussions about the timing and the dedication of a site specifically for a high school. And again, as Commissioner Weisky noted, we don't have any we don't have anything to look at for specific sites. Are there other sites in and around the North Valleys area that are also being considered to alleviate the concerns with the current North Valleys High School that may not be a part of this development, and depending on the timing, may even predate the development occurring here?
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Not at the moment, no. It's tough to find a piece of property that's 60 to 90 acres in size that will work topographically for a high school. As you know, we typically need a school that will hold 2,000 students, football fields, baseball fields. High school is a very large footprint. So in the North Valleys area, we don't have a lot of other options. You start going out into Lemon Valley, you run into what is it? Not the air base out there, but the airport on the north side of town there. And so this would be one of our only options for a high school in the North Valleys.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
$60 days for that.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. So commissioners, let's move on to public improvements. Actually, let's do public services. We'll do police and fire. Let's start with fire.
Good evening.
Okay.
Dave Cochran, Fire Chief, for the record.
Okay, I'll ask the first question.
Anticipation is killing me.
Okay, that's fair enough. So we received a memo recently, and it talked about the requirements for the station, the timing of the station, and the elements that go into that. Can you talk us through when the initial piece, that residential station, I know we talked about this last time, but just kind of talk us through, because there were some changes since the last go around. The residential station piece and then the full station in relation to the phasing of the development and what the requirements are as we work through this thing through build out.
Certainly. So and I'll work backwards a little bit. The full station, if you want to call it that, what we would staff with an engine, a brush truck, and 4 personnel. We target triggering that at 1,700 homes. That's the population density that then calls for and justifies that level of service, that level of response. And that's going to be a full service station, medical, all risk, fire, whatever we need. Working backwards from that, the concept that we discussed is this residential station, which is a 2-person station in a smaller footprint building that would actually revert back to the developer that they could then sell as a home. The concept there is between 0 and 1,700, how do you get fire protection? Well, you can mitigate the fire threat, if you will, with residential sprinklers, which would be required. But that doesn't address the EMS, the medical calls, which are the majority of what we have. 70-75% of what we do is medical. So that 2-person residential station, as we're calling it, would be designed to mitigate the EMS threat, the medical need, I should say, until we get the full complete station fully manned.
Okay. And then once we get to that point of the full station, then with the 4 staff, the 2 trucks, one of those is the brush truck, which addresses the wildland urban interface issues out there. And for the 500 units in that location, hearing some of the concerns that we heard about, the adjacency to Sierra County, which may or may not be able to provide additional support, county services out there. I mean, is that one brush truck? I know I went down this road with you last time and wasn't quite confident in the answer. That one brush truck that's out there responding to a fire where there's 5,000 units, and the timing of one roadway, 395, to accommodate additional fire services in a situation where we have brush fire, especially, in a year like this where we have a huge amount of fuel loading and some pretty quick burning, high intensity fires with that one brush truck. Is it sufficient?
One brush truck is never going to be sufficient, whether it's a Reno brush truck, Sierra County, Truckee Meadows. We always send, a full alarm. We send everything we need to mitigate that, to fight fire. That may not necessarily be all Reno assets. We have mutual aid agreements with the county, with Sparks, all our surrounding agencies. Now, the threat up there to our obligation to protect Reno is greater because, in a sense, I've been calling it the frontier, and I don't want to overstate it's a wilderness, but in terms of Reno city limits, it is on the edge. So all the additional Reno resources are going to be responding in more of a linear fashion as opposed to collapsing into a response zone.
Right.
Sierra County, I believe they only have limited paid departments, if any. So our aid would come from other Nevada sources, plus BLM, Forest Service, things like that.
So that was my next question. I mean, and again, I used the comparison with that fire that happened out in the Mortensen Garson area. And you had sort of this collapsing of services. You had the option of coming down from Truckee, from Washoe County, from City of Reno, from different directions there. Where we're looking at, I mean, again, with that one brush truck, you've got linear access coming from the south with that service. And is there anything to the north? I mean, really not until you get to like Susanville, is there?
And I wouldn't even rely on Susanville necessarily. But having said that, I was actually there moments after Claudia was with me, as a matter of fact, after the Cold Springs fire started, which is right there. It's adjacent to this property. There was Reno rigs, of course. There was county rigs. There was Story County. There was Forest Service. I believe there was a BLM rig there. So there are the different agencies that will respond immediately. And part of that is driven by the fact that with the wildfire, typically you don't know exactly where it is. So everybody sends everything, and you figure out who's responsible for it later on.
So shifting gears just a little bit, from response to a fire to sort of that pre-fire, the mitigation piece to avoid wildfire in the first place. In your review of the handbook, does it incorporate the necessary pieces within the PUD, buffering around the PUD to minimize potential impacts from wildfire surrounding the development?
So if I can paraphrase, what it would call for is a review and approval by us, by the Fire Prevention Bureau of the Reno Fire Department, so that if and when whatever is built out there meets our standards at that point. We wouldn't pre-approve it before we have an actual design to approve, but we would follow the Wildland Urban Interface Code, and anything that was proposed would be subject to our review and approval with those factors in mind.
So the standard conditions that we look at in terms of, when we look at a tentative map or a specific development, that's what we're relying on here. It's not a circumstance because of the frontier location that, you would be looking for anything, a little bit extra, I guess, to, ensure the protection of these 5,000 units?
There's not a fixed formula. It depends on, where you are, the topography, the conditions out there, so that everything we approve, or that we review before we approve, we would propose or require that these mitigation factors be implemented. And that includes defensible space and a number of other things that would mitigate the threat, at least, of wildfire.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you. Chief, you've had a little bit of time to work on this handbook. Have you had conversation with the city council or the city manager's office regarding future budgets? And will this be a station that will be manned and afforded to be manned if it's built and equipped by the developer? Or when it is built and equipped by the developer, excuse me?
So yes, I've had those conversations, and I can tell you that there's concern about the ability of our budget to absorb, to staff, to provide the requisite staffing, in addition to the equipment. Fire engines currently cost about between $500,000 and $600,000, more toward the $600,000 end. Brush trucks, another $300,000 to $400,000. And then it costs about $1.8 million a year to staff that station. So those are the kind of costs we're looking at. And right now, those are not in our budget. And I'm not sure that we see them in the foreseeable future. Now, how far that future is in terms of when we would have that station, when we would need to man it, that's an open question. But if that, in the near term anyway, I think that's the question you're looking for, right?
Okay.
The information you're looking for.
All right, but you guys are having the discussion. I mean, at some point, someone at staff level, 15th floor plus or minus, is gonna have to say that, yes, there is going to be budget funding, not just for you, but also for the police department, who is going to have to staff it, what we may be doing tonight is we may be adding a burden to the city. So my question is, are you guys talking about it? And do you see a resolution in the future that gets this staffed and provides City of Reno residents with City of Reno services?
I will agree that I would take the may out. I would say this will absolutely provide or impose a burden on our staffing and our budget. And we are having those discussions. And I would say in the near future that no, the money is not there. The near future being 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Beyond that, my financial crystal ball is a little cloudy. But I recognize the obligation, the need, and we're going to have that need. And so that would be a burden that would be on the city and, like I say, on the 15th floor to figure out a path forward.
Very good, thank you.
Okay.
No further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to follow up on kind of the line of discussion that Commissioner Weisky was doing. As a part of what's proposed here, the developer is proposing to essentially gift the land and the station as a part of their work. Under the current situation, looking at what's out in Cold Springs and the zoning, which is mostly limited single-family and industrial, if there's a concern that you won't be able to staff a station that's built for you, is there any possibility, how much cloudier does it become that you would actually have the money to purchase and build a station even prior to the question of being able to staff it? Is that, are we basically creating a situation that is better from the fire department standpoint with respect to receiving a station as opposed to the existing conditions that are out there and what the city of Reno owns, looking at the possibility of getting a station manned in the same 20-year time period?
Are you contrasting it or is the question if the burden was on us, the city of Reno, to fund the building of the station
Right,
as
so
opposed
if,
to
essentially, we're being asked to approve a special, or a planned unit development that includes in it the construction of a fire station. If we don't approve this and we allow the current situation to happen, during this same 20-year period, is it possible that the level of development that's out there is going to allow you guys to, allow the city to actually do what the developer is planning to do now?
You know, it's certainly possible. I would defer to the planning department in terms of, you know, what that would look like in terms of the build out. Because we wouldn't, in its current condition, we wouldn't put a station out there. We would still need that population density before we would say, okay, we need to build a station. There's enough people, there's enough homes, there's enough activity out there that we need the station. And certainly being given a station is better than having to fund it ourselves.
And then to follow, there was a number of comments that came in from the public about, you know, concerns about even building a house out there without building a fire station first. From what I'm hearing from you, that's not the way, I mean, that would be almost impossible, you know, in the immediate term to staff and provide services out there for homes that don't currently exist. Is that a fair
Absolutely.
statement?
So yes, right now we are currently understaffed. So as the fire department, I can tell you, there's no capacity to staff an additional station. And just because of the way government works, you know, the revenues lag the need. I wouldn't recommend, my opinion would be against building a station before we have the development out there for those reasons.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, don't go far, but have a seat. If I can get Angela to come up. Sorry, Angela, but you passed out a couple of pages to us tonight of red lines, and they involve fire service agreements and fire service, also along police service. Would you please address those for the record, and then I'll start with my questions.
Okay. The handbook outlines kind of the basic parameters of how fire service will be provided per Stonegate's development. The fire service agreement outlines the very specific details of funding, color of the walls, whatever they're going to put in there, the specific details. And that is approved by the city council. So that document has a lot of, it's very fluid at this point because I don't know what it's going to say by the time we actually get it to city council. So my proposal as part of our red line comments was let's put into the handbook the basics. We know that we need a temporary fire station at the 250th building permit, and we know we need a permanent fire station that consists of a 2-bay station at the 1700th permit, and then we know we need the police substation, basically 600 square feet. So Stonegate will provide those things. Let's put that in the handbook. Any additional language, because there's a lot of wiggle room and that could change, let's not tie to the handbook. Let's let the fire service agreement dictate those terms, which has to be approved by city council before this handbook is certified.
Okay. My question then goes back to staff, and Chief, you're probably the best to address this for fire. I'm going to hope that you have seen this revision by Stonegate and that you've had an opportunity to read it. Are you in agreement with it, or are you in disagreement with it? If you're in disagreement, why?
So I'm not sure I've seen that exact red line that you're looking at, because I'm not sure what you're looking at, but what Angela described is a concept that I'm on board with.
Okay.
The parameters in the handbook, but a very specific, very detailed agreement as a condition of certification, so that we know, I mean, down to what lot that station's going to be on, what it's going to look like, what's going to trigger its building, what's going to trigger its design. All those aspects would be in the, like I said, the very specific, detailed fire service development agreement or fire station development agreement.
Okay. Okay. I have this copy, if you would like to take a few minutes.
Sure.
And read it. And Mr. Chairman, if I can ask the chief to come, police chief to come forward. I know we're talking fire right now, but because there's a 600-foot substation involved, I'd like to combine it if you don't mind.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, while the chief is reaching out, just as a point with Commissioner Weisky, I would ask that the fire chief also take a look at the item number 2 right above, just to make sure that all of the items that are being proposed to be eliminated with what's being added are correct.
Right. Evening, Chief.
Evening, Commission members. Mac Venzo, Deputy Chief of Operations for the record.
There I did it again. I gave you another promotion you don't get to keep.
I appreciate that. At least for the next few minutes, correct?
Right. Anyways, we're talking about a 600 square foot substation for RPD.
Correct.
Attached to the fire station. We talked about this a couple months ago when we were together. Just for the record, RPD still in support of this. 600 square feet is the agreed square footage. An agreement with details can be provided at a later date to City Council for approval. RPD's okay with that?
Yes, sir. Station 11 currently exists just outside of Somerset, up there on Mayan. Works very well for us in that type of configuration. I believe it works well for the fire department too. I haven't
We'll
heard
get to
any-
them later, don't
I
worry.
haven't heard any griping between them. But it does work very well for us. It provides a place for the officers who work that area, that very northwest area of Reno, an opportunity to take a break, use the facilities, write reports. There's a fax machine there so that the paperwork that needs to be, we have certain time constraints for stolen vehicle reports, for example, have to be entered within 2 hours.
Okay.
So that station provides a opportunity for the officers to go in there, write those reports, fax or email those forms back to the main station. So all of that can be done in the allotted amount of time of 2 hours. So likewise, a station up in Stonegate that provided similar facility would be fantastic. And if, much like Chief Cochran, my crystal ball is a little fuzzy, but if we got to a point where we wanted to perhaps provide public access to make desk reports, things of that nature, we could turn that to a public-facing facility, and that square footage, I think, would be sufficient for what we want.
Okay. I don't remember if we discussed this last time we were here, but I believe we did. You have also an overlapping mutual aid agreement with Washoe County Sheriffs, who is the main enforcement provider of Cold Springs right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if you need backup or they need backup and there's an available unit from either or, that's available.
Yeah, we have that same agreement with the Nevada Highway Patrol, with the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, with the Sparks Police Department, and conceptually, we could call from anybody who was in that area and request assistance, and that happens fairly automatically.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. And the reason I ask that, and I'd like to state this both for fire and for police, is because, again, we've heard several times tonight, as we did back in June, that there's an inadequate level of service that some of the neighbors feel they get from their existing resources. And should this project move forward, should our being Reno sources become available, it will enhance the overall response times to the Cold Springs area, at least.
Yeah, potentially. Depending on the type of call for service.
I mean, we talked about coverage, and
Correct,
it's
yeah.
not guaranteed 24/7, 3-men.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand, but there's a better chance of better coverage. Would
Yes,
you
sir.
agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's why I'm asking that question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Deputy Chief? Okay,
All right.
I want to circle back to fire if we can. Commissioner Weisky, did you want to follow up on your questions? Because I have a
Thank you,
few others
Chief
too.
Cochran. I see you had a few minutes, and you look like you might be ready to respond.
I am. So this language is acceptable with the addition of at subsection C, one dash, or one dot C, just a couple words. The fire station shall be constructed by the master developer, so it's clear who's going to build it.
Okay.
I can tell you that the draft development agreement that we're going back and forth makes that very clear, but it wouldn't hurt to have it reiterated in the P or in the handbook.
Very good. Thank you. Heather, were you able to make note of that, so when we get to the end, if there are motions that should include this verbiage, we can count on it? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
So, Chief, with this agreement, I understand it, and I'm glad you're okay with it. When we get through all of the pieces where we've got site dedicated, we've got the station dedicated, we've got the trucks in place, the last piece of it that, as I understand it, is not included in here, and I know Commissioner Weisky asked it, is related to the staffing to make it all work. That's not in here. So all of the concerns that I had initially, when we get to that point and there's no staff, what happens?
That's an excellent question. The staffing is always a challenge. About 80% of the fire department's budget goes toward personnel. And we kind of the old thing, we've got so used to doing more with less that we're now kind of qualified to do anything with nothing because we make it happen. We will provide service. We will provide it at the level of staffing that the city can afford. And, I'm not trying to pass the buck, but it's kind of above my pay grade in one sense because the overall budget is approved by the city. And we work with what we have, and we will do the absolute best with what we're provided. And those are kind of the tough decisions that the city's going to have to make. To Commissioner Weissing's question about whether we're having those conversations, we are. And I know that concern is out there about whether the staffing will be there, or I should say whether the money will be there to provide the staffing.
Is there another component of that Plan B in terms of incorporating design, sprinklers? I mean, if there's no staff, if the facilities are there and there's no staff, and we know that the budget isn't going to accommodate that, have you ever, circled back with the developer to say, okay, let's figure out a Plan B here to keep everyone safe?
Well, that's certainly a possibility. I mean, one of the things, as I mentioned with the residential sprinklers, that would be a requirement in all homes built prior to that four-person station being built and staffed. And if there was a problem, I don't want to speak to what we could do within the parameters of the handbook and approved PUD, but if we saw that problem coming, I imagine that would be a conversation that would need to be had. Do we need to continue installing residential sprinklers instead of foregoing that requirement? So there are different paths forward, but looking back, say at the Great Recession, unfortunately, we did have to lay off people. We did have to brand out stations. So I can't stand here and guarantee that we're going to have that level of staffing. That's just not something that I have the authority, the power, the crystal ball to do. So,
okay.
And I guess I would reiterate, like I said, that the 15th floor has those same concerns.
Right. No, and I can say, it's a challenge sitting here and, providing a recommendation to the 15th floor and hearing what you're saying. So I just say that at this point. Other questions for fire? It was great discussion, great questions. Appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. I'm going to return your copy.
Heather?
If I may, Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. So the proposed modifications that the applicant has provided do not include staff's recommended language to require fire sprinklers prior to the establishment of a fire station. Staff would recommend that language be retained with the language in the PUD recommendation. And then also with the motion, accepting this language would eliminate the language that requires the brush truck and triple combination fire pumper. So, just for clarification.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, Heather, would you say that again, please?
Yes.
Just
The
the
whole
last
thing?
part about
Okay.
equipment. You kind of raced through that, and I want to,
Okay. So the last bullet in the staff report on page 16 identified that the master developer shall equip the station with a type 3 brush truck and a triple combination fire pumper. In discussions internally, staff has agreed to remove that as a requirement of the PUD of the master developer, which, as the chief outlined, will result in an additional cost to the city, but that's something that we've agreed to.
okay, so you are in agreement with removing the equipment from the building? This is, it's not you. The city is in agreement with removing the brush truck and the pumper from the requirement of the developer.
I'll look for a nod from the chief, but yes.
Okay, so the answer was yes, because there was a lot of head shaking.
You know, I can't let you sit down. I need to follow up on that question or that. So the developer's not gonna fund the brush truck, is what you're saying?
That's correct. That's how the applicant's recommended language reads, is that item has been removed. And that's something through discussions we have accepted.
So where does the brush truck come from?
The city
City pays for the brush truck,
and the pumper truck,
both trucks,
yes,
the $1 million.
about $1 million.
Commissioner Johnson?
Mr. Chair, can I, one question, two questions on this. One, the first, before I touch that, the issue of taking the sprinkler requirement out, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a requirement that would come in during the tentative map stage. If they're beyond the response time, they would be required to add the sprinklers regardless of whether it's in the plan unit development standards. Is that correct?
That is correct. It is a standard of the fire department to apply that requirement. I believe having it in the handbook does provide clarifying language for potential developers that are looking to this handbook for standards.
The fact that we've taken it out here doesn't mean that that requirement won't still be in place.
That is correct.
Okay, and then back to the question, if the handbook does not specifically state that the developer is required to provide the equipment, based on the language that I see here, there's still an agreement that needs to happen between the master developer and the city, and it is possible that that agreement could involve some discussion of equipment purchase by the master developer as a part of the negotiations between the two.
That's absolutely correct. There were two kind of financial items outlined in the suggested language that the applicant has requested be pulled out of the handbook and allow future discussion through the agreement process. One is the brush truck and the fire pumper, and the other is the furniture, fixtures, and equipment for the internal furniture within the station.
So based on that, to Commissioner Gower and Commissioner Weisky's concern, we're not precluding the developer from providing that. We're allowing the city and the developer to negotiate that separate from what the specific requirements are of the PUD, going on the further discussion that this fire station doesn't occur until the 1700th the dwelling is there, and the requirement might have changed by then. So I guess I understand what is being done here in terms of eliminating that financial requirement in the development and allowing it to happen elsewhere. That's what I'm seeing. So to answer your question, I think we're taking the requirement out, but we're allowing the city to still negotiate that as a part of the development agreement that we're requiring in the handbook.
That's exactly right.
I'll let you finish
Okay,
that.
no, that's. I have a question for the chief again. Chief, what types of developments and locations of developments trigger the need for a brush truck? Do we need brush trucks in where we are right now?
Absolutely. So we currently have 5 brush trucks spread throughout the city, and a couple in reserve, because back to really your original question, is one brush truck going to handle a fire? No. We need multiple apparatus for any significant fire, brush, structure, otherwise. So this development being where it is definitely triggers that need, because, of course, you want to strategically stage your apparatus where they're closest to where they're going to be needed. But now you look at Station 12 down off of Steamboat Parkway, in more of a residential neighborhood, but it has a brush truck because it is proximate to that interface again. So, we would evaluate every development on a case-by-case basis, but we definitely need multiple brush trucks within our overall fleet.
So would the development at Park Lane Mall trigger the need for a brush truck, a new brush truck in one of the stations in this area?
That development, if I looked at that in isolation, I would say no. But I will tell you that my opinion of that development is that we absolutely need a fire engine there.
Great. So in negotiations, wouldn't it be to the city's advantage if there was a development that required the need for a brush truck or a ladder truck, if it was a, high, multi-story development, that the city wouldn't be burdened with the cost of providing the facility for the type of development that is being proposed?
Yeah, not sure what the answer to that question is. Yes, there is that need, and to Commissioner Johnson's question, or I guess the comment, we're not suggesting that we don't need that, or even more so, that we have the money for that equipment. We're just taking that out of the handbook and talking about it in the development agreement. Because the need is definitely going to be there, not just for that brush truck, but for that engine, a Type 1 engine, which is our standard response vehicle. We need one of those at every station.
Okay.
So, and I think Heather made it clear, but that fire sprinkler requirement is part of the Reno Fire Code. So until that station's in place, it's not something we have to require or dictate. It exists in the code.
And so and to follow up on that requirement is that the sprinklers have to be in place until that fire station is constructed and the engines are in place. But if there's no staffing there, then the houses can continue to be built, even though that station is there with the engines there. Houses can continue to be built without sprinklers because there's a station there with no staff?
Technically, that is an accurate statement, yes. Because that requirement is triggered based on the location of a station. And that's what I was alluding to in terms of a further conversation. If this project were to go forward, that might need to be had if we're going to have a station that the city cannot afford to staff.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Commissioner
Mr.
Weisky, if I can add a little piece of history. When we had Chief Hernandez here, and our downturn in the economic cycle 7 years ago or so, Somerset dealt with a very similar issue when going through brownouts, and yet there was still some developing going on in that area. Some homes were built, and that was a topic of major discussion, but it was all within NFPA, city ordinance and everything to, there was a fire station there and it just couldn't be manned, and it was equipped, but budgets didn't allow for manning full-time, and houses were built without sprinkler system. So yes, it's already taken place here in the city of Reno.
And that is an accurate statement. Part of Somerset is sprinklered and part of it is not, even though for stretches that station was completely browned out. And those are, you're identifying the challenges that we face as a city and as a fire department. So.
Wish I had answers to those challenges. Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Weisky?
I have one last question, Chief, and I'm concerned in pulling the verbiage out of the PUD handbook for removal of the brush truck and a pumper truck, unless you're positive that it's going to be in your agreement between the city and the developer, as you're talking about, for all of the other amenities in the final station and even in the temporary station. I mean, the reason for the handbook is guidance and agreement now, so that over the next 20-year period, no matter who is holding the master developer hat and wearing it, that the negotiation and the agreement is set in place, maybe not to detail of when, but hey, this was agreed to, and whoever that master developer is at that time knows that they are obligated to certain buildings, structures, equipment, 600 feet for RPD. I mean, if we take it out of there and city council agrees to it, then it's not there anymore.
That's correct. And as it stands now, I would not represent to you that it is positively in the development agreement. So I guess my direction, if I
Yes,
don't
please
want to give
do.
direction, would be
Please.
if that is something that is important, that it should be included in the handbook. Important to this commission that it should be included in the handbook.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't want 7 years from now, somebody saying, well, exactly what were we gonna do? Well, we didn't do it and now it's too late. You know, it's no different than what we're talking about with roadways without curb and gutter on them. You know, by the time that roadway, if a failure occurs, it may be too late.
Yes.
We should have done
and,
something today.
You know, those apparatus, like I said, are probably valued at $1 million now, and those prices aren't going to go down.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I hope that helps.
Certainly.
So did commissioners get all the answers that they needed from public services side of things, police, fire? Appreciate you gentlemen being here and answering our questions. I know it's late.
Absolutely.
So I have on my list 3 topics that we haven't discussed: water, sewer, traffic, and signage. Oh, I just blocked that one out. Does the commission have a preference on which one to tackle next?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, I mean, do we have new information or anything that would change anybody's minds or on sewer and water? We kind of went through that in depth last time we were here, and we've had entities give their discussion on it. I didn't see any changes between Exhibit 2 and 3 that affected it.
Commissioner Gower, I have one question related to sewer.
Have at it.
Okay.
You're
I know
leading.
you were trying there.
You're leading.
You were trying. Question out, Janelle. Janelle, from last meeting to this meeting, the primary change related, I would think, to sewer is the incorporation of the northern piece of the PUD and the increase of units by, I don't know, a few hundred. How does that affect capacity? Is there still capacity? Are we still relying on an MOU with Washoe County to accommodate that additional capacity? Is that going to compromise that MOU? Help me answer that question.
Janelle Thomas, Senior Civil Engineer, for the record again. So you are correct that the same requirements are recommended to put together an MOU with Washoe County. They are the primary purveyor of wastewater treatment in that region. And so I'd recommend that remain in place. Due to the upsizing, I have not had specific discussions with Washoe County regarding that upsizing, but I know that they did receive that information, but we did not receive additional comments relating to the additional flows. Those will have to be worked into any kind of agreement and expansion of that plant.
And that agreement, it's got to be in place before anything goes forward, right?
Correct.
Okay. Right. Water, sewer, check, check. Signs? Okay, let's go there. Signs. Commissioner Hawkins.
Staff, Heather, please. I'm looking at a lot of red line stuff on a page that says we can't put a 45-foot wood structure with no signs on it, no illumination. I need to know the just behind it.
I would be happy to. Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner, and I'm looking right now for the page in the handbook that shows the map of where these proposed signs are to be located. So the reason for the red lines in the handbook, number one, have to do with the compatibility to the surrounding area. This is right now unincorporated Washoe County large lot residential located to the northwest of the south phase in this area here. In addition, the freeway grade is relatively level to the development grade. And so the applicant's request for 45 and 35-foot tall signs in these areas are really not compatible with the surrounding area. I think the applicant's desire is to have, project entry signs that let people know that you're entering the Stonegate development. Many master planned communities within the surrounding area, City of Reno and City of Sparks, have project entry signs that are lower profile. Bella Vista Ranch is one of the newer signs that has gone up in the past couple of years. It's maybe 6 or 8 feet tall with, an announcement of the development that you're entering into. So in staff's analysis and thoughts, the proposed size and height of the signs is really not appropriate to this area. In addition, the signs that are identified currently in the town center section are based on the standards that are in the handbook right now. Those are project entry signs, and they may be advertising to projects that are not specifically at that site. And so staff has concerns with identifying these large signs at these project entry points without specific standards that outline how those signs would function, and are recommending that the applicant develop sign standards that specifically address development very similar to what would be in Reno Municipal Code today for commercial development.
The word signs come up every time we talk about this, and that structure is just a structure. It's not a sign. It's timbers put together to indicate where they're coming home. And my question is, we're using the word sign, and there's not a word on this structure. It's just a symbol of them coming home.
We don't have any information as far as what these elements would look like, what the proposed signs are going to look like. But having any message at all on a structure is defined in our code as a sign. So the proposed sign section, starting on page 51 of the handbook, outline what the applicant would like to have and has staff's recommendation as far as size and height goes.
But me looking at the structure, I didn't see any words. It doesn't convey anything other than the mind's eye when you come up to the project, you're home. And that's up here. It's not a sign. It's not about words. It's about what's up here when you're coming home. That's where I'm getting at.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, may I chime in on this, please?
Please.
Thank you. Heather, this is directed for you. I've had conversation with the applicant and applicant's representative regarding signage and all of these items. And the proposed towers that are the timber structures, I asked if there was a way to describe those as monuments if they did not carry signage or were not lit. In other words, it would be a focal point for somebody driving down the freeway. Is there a means within staff's review that the applicant could add monuments into their handbook, and then if they added signage to those structures, then either those become signage structure, or they could place, and my thought process is to put signage below it in a landscaped area that would say Stonegate and not attached to the structure, that we could have, that Stonegate could have something called a monument paragraph in their handbook?
Not in the sign section. So I wouldn't recommend using monument because typically we think of a monument as a type of sign.
Okay.
I think what you're talking about is maybe a structure that would be included in the allowed structures in the design standards for each of the land use categories with development standards that identify, how those could be designed or where they could be located. But I think you've got it right on where that structure wouldn't be a sign, and if there were something that were to advertise or identify Stonegate as a development or whatever it may say on it, that would be a sign that would then have specific standards in here, much like, I think, what
So
we've recommended for
they
height.
could be the entry portal to the Stonegate development, even if you called it a piece of artwork. Some of us in the industry might consider it a piece of artwork if it's built properly. But as long as it doesn't have signage attached to it or it's not lit, then there is a way for the applicant to write it up or have it applied maybe in a different area than signage for inside their handbook.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay,
It would be
we can
subject-
get back to absolute signage being a particular development, a neighborhood center, a particular business, and then we can talk just about signage, right? If that's the case. What I'm trying to do is separate the two, and I think Commissioner Hawkins is considering the same thing, and we might be talking the same pieces of artwork.
Commissioner Weisky, was that a question, or is that that was pretty eloquent
Was it?
how you tied that in?
Yeah, I've taken the lead from a few previous planning commissioners on how to state that. Somewhere between question, statement, discussion, and conversation.
Yeah, right. Can I jump in then? with a
Please
quick
do,
question?
bail me out of this one, because I don't know where I'm going anymore.
So Heather, before we get to signs, and if we're talking about a structure, you've got a dwelling unit, you've got a sign, there's a structure in between that's not a monument, because a monument's a sign. Is there, from a planning lingo perspective, what is it?
It would be a structure.
It's just
And
a structure.
so in
Like a
I'm sorry, I don't
post?
have the page right now, but there are design or development standards in the handbook that identify maximum building height or structure heights within each of the different categories. And so a structure without any advertisement or any commercial message would be a structure. And so it would be subject to the established height limitations that are in the handbook.
Can you give me an example of another structure besides what we're talking about in this handbook? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around what.
Claudia Hanson,
Claudia.
Planning Manager. The Del Webb entrance into Somerset, if it didn't say Del Webb on it.
But that's a sign, because it says.
If you take
Del
off the
Webb on it.
word Del Webb, the words Del Webb, then that would be a structure.
So it's that gate.
Correct. As soon as you add the words onto it, then it becomes a sign. So anything that doesn't have copy on it.
Okay.
So right now, the handbook is written that it would be 45 feet tall with 300 square feet of signage.
Okay. So if the 300 square feet of signage came off, it would be a 45-foot structure.
Correct, and it shouldn't be in the sign section of the handbook.
Okay.
It should be addressed through artwork or structures or architectural embellishments or however it needs to be worded, but not within the sign section.
Okay. Angela, can I ask you a question then? What is the intent of this structure / sign?
Can I get my PowerPoint? I do have that Del Webb sign actually up on a slide. The whole purpose, again, of this PUD is to create something that's different. And so if I'm driving by and I see a 12-foot sign, that's cute, right? If I'm driving by and I see a 45-foot monument, I say, wow, now that's a wayfinding sign. That's cool. That's unique. That's different. I'm going to know that that's Stonegate. So that's the purpose of signage, is to create something that is not, and it's not a commercial signage. That's maybe where we're getting our semantics messed up. If we're caught up on 300 square feet, let's reduce the square footage. It sounds like we're okay if we call it art and we take the logo off. So let's reduce the square footage of what that logo looks like and keep the artwork or the monument or the gateway or whatever we want to call it, let's keep that there, because that's achieving what we want.
Well, I think the other piece of it too is it's not just the signage piece, it's the massing piece. I mean, these examples that you're showing here, they have different massing and different sizes and different heights. And I would suspect that there's some concern on staff's part about the height. I know there is because they wrote it in their edits to the PUD. Does it achieve the same thing if the monument, not a monument, the structure, potentially with a sign component on it, is 35 feet?
And the reason we came up with 45, we initially had 55 feet several versions ago of the handbook, and we came down to 45 feet because our agreed upon house height is 35 feet. So we wanted something that was taller than the house because we wanted to stand out against the against the development. So 45 feet was 10 feet above that, and so that seemed like something that wasn't too large, and it fit-wise in terms of scale. Because again, this is a 5,000 unit subdivision. It's not a 200 unit tentative map. So you need something that stands out and that grabs you, and that you, again, you look at some of these up here as examples. If this was in your community, you would say, oh, you know, at the windmill, or you'd say, oh, at the water feature. You know, this is something that people would associate with Stonegate, and that's what we're looking for.
So give us a comparison then. How, for instance, using the Del Webb one, since we talked about that, what height is that structure?
The Del Webb is 39 feet.
Okay. How tall is the windmill? Is that the
Those,
windmill?
I don't know. Those aren't local. I don't know what those are. The one I do know is the local one, which is 39 feet.
The one in Wingfield?
I'm sorry, those other three are not local, so those do not exist in this market. But the Del Webb one does exist, and we actually had a surveyor go out and measure it, and it was 39 feet.
Okay. So you're asking for 45 to get the 10 foot above that?
Above the houses is where we came up with that logic. Again, it's something that stands out against the development, and so 10 feet kind of, we were at 55 feet, so 10 feet was that happy median that we compromised on.
And the intent is to have it in the sign section, I'm assuming, because you want to have some sort of signage on this structure? Or does it achieve the same purpose without the sign?
I think if everybody's getting hung up on where the words or the logo goes, we can be flexible with that. I think if we have, again, the feature, the art, the structure, and we put a logo on it, let's reduce the square footage of that logo to something that you're all comfortable with. Because it's not a commercial sign, so it's very easy to come up with something that maybe is a better, number that you guys can live with.
If I can jump in really quick, just to clarify the record, I believe this would be commercial speech. This is not a commercial, this is not a non-commercial speech. So I'm going to disagree with you, and I would say this is commercial speech, just for the record.
Okay, so can we, whether it's Taco Bell advertising or Stonegate advertising, let's limit the square footage of that signage that goes on that feature, if that's what you guys need to get you to a comfortable level.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question, please? Claudia, the picture in the lower left corner that says Del Webb at Somerset, if I understood what you said a few minutes ago, if it only said Somerset, it would not be considered signage, because that would be a gateway, if you take the Del Webb out of it?
No.
All the letters need to come off?
They're all signs.
Okay.
They're all sign. Angela was mentioning that it was not commercial speech. There's a difference between commercial speech and non-commercial speech.
Okay.
So Somerset, Del Webb, Cranston, Stonegate versus Save the Whales.
Right.
Two different types of speech, and I just wanted that clarified.
Okay.
But
Okay.
they are all signs.
Okay, so then, and I'm going to ask this question of you, Claudia. If we take the photograph to the far right, there's a large windmill. And then below it is what I call the sign. To me, the windmill is a logo. It's something that's catching your eye, like the observation tower is being proposed for Stonegate. But where it says Cranston, that's signage. That's advertising by name. Right. Is that what that's what I was trying to get across earlier as separation of the two.
Correct. I would agree with that. I would say those two structures should not be identified in the same section of a handbook. That the windmill is a structure. Is structure. It's art. It's an architectural embellishment. It's something other than a sign. It does not advertise anything, and it does not create a message. Where it says Cranston, that is a commercial message that should be considered a sign and regulated as such.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for letting me clarify that.
Yep. Commissioner Hawkins?
Got one more thing to ask. If we were to keep that structure with no advertisement or logo on it, and we kept it at 45 feet, are we still in good shape?
If that's the direction you choose to go, my preference would be that you reduce the square footage of the sign area. Again, we have right now a maximum sign square footage. That's the sign, that's the wording, the logo. My first preference would be that we just reduce that. If you can't get there and you would prefer just to take this element out of the sign section and move it to the structure section, then that would be my second option, preferred option.
That helps. Thank you. Other questions related to signs?
Heather? Commissioner Weisky? Refresh my memory why staff is recommending the removal of the maximum areas. Is it because of the overall structure? Because we've eliminated, on page 54, you're removing the 300 square feet completely and dropping the saying that the maximum height for a freestanding sign is at 12 feet. So if they put the maximum height of a sign at 12 feet, then they have unlimited maximum sign area? That doesn't make sense to me.
Are you looking at the town center standards or the community center
Sign
sign?
standards table on page 54
Mhm.
of the handbook. It's their Stonegate's figure 20.
I'm sorry, is it under
Under
is it for community center?
6.1C,
Yes.
page 54,
Mm-hmm.
there's a red line under project entry, freestanding monument. And then there's a red line through the word entry. Location is primary gateway instead of primary entry. Then there's a red line through 45 feet of maximum height for freestanding. It's now 12 feet is what's being recommended.
Understood.
And no maximum area being proposed. So that's an unlimited maximum area?
That is a point for discussion. I'm not sure what the right square footage would be for these entry signs. Looking at the signs that Angela put on a few minutes ago, 20 square feet would pretty much cover all of them except for the lower right-hand cabinet. So I think it's really up to the Planning Commission and possibly discussions between the applicant and city staff as to what an appropriate number is there.
Okay, well,
unlimited is not
the
recommended.
applicant submitted as an appropriate number, 300 square feet. That's what they felt was appropriate.
And
Staff is saying no, but giving no resolution. Staff is saying no. So I interpreted that before this discussion as staff saying no maximum area. Just open it up to them, as long as they don't put a sign over 12 feet high. I disagree with staff
I would disagree with
vehemently
that as
over
well.
that.
Yes,
Okay? But that's what you provided to us.
understood.
So how about some help?
My recommendation would be 20 square feet based on the examples that they've provided. And
20 square feet?
20 square feet.
Okay. And then right below that is 150 square feet that has been removed for a secondary. Are you,
For each of those four gateway or entry signs, I would recommend 20 square feet.
and that is based upon our current ordinance, or where is the 20 square feet coming from?
That's based upon the examples the applicant just provided on the overhead. Just looking at the Del Webb at Somerset, all of those are cut letters that when you calculate out the total, it really isn't that much square footage.
Okay. Now I got it. Thank you.
I apologize.
That's okay. Angela, question for you. Is Stonegate proposing through what you were showing us 20 square feet?
If I'm going to throw a number out, I'm going to go with 60 square feet. And I base that on, that's the minimum square footage that we came up with our neighborhood sign. So we're reducing the square footage from 300 down to 60 for all three of those categories.
Okay.
Really, four of those categories, right? The two project entries.
There's two project entries. There's
Four
four
of them.
boxes there, if you will, under max sign area.
Correct.
Okay. So applicant wants 60, staff wants 20. I kind of smell 40.
Applicant wants 300.
No, I believe you're on record as saying 60. Okay, thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Heather, question. For the community center sign, a little bit farther down on that table,
Yes.
you've crossed out the allowing the sign between those certain hours and no digital. What was My understanding that the purpose of that sign was to be something like a, we're having an event here, bingo night on Thursday with, LED letters on the sign. Why is staff saying no to that type of proposal? Or is it not staff's understanding that that's the type of sign that's being requested there? I guess why are we saying no digital there for that community center sign?
So we had some conversations with the applicant with regard to, where digital signs may or may not be appropriate. And because this is in a primarily residential area, and we don't really have exactly what that sign would look like, we're recommending that we not have digital in the community center and town centers.
So if there were specs for that sign, then your comfort level would increase.
If there were, if there were a detail that identified maximum height, location, the hours of operation of that digital element, I think staff would feel a little more comfortable. I'm going to defer that to Claudia, though.
I would agree with that, and including lighting standards. If you want to get in a nit discussion tonight, we can do that, but
I want to talk about lumens right now.
I know you do. But there are no lighting standards in the handbook. It's another gap that's in there.
Okay. I won't follow that rabbit trail any farther.
Okay.
Thanks, Heather. Feeling good on signs? Have the answers that we needed? Commissioner Hawkins? Get your microphone there.
Want to make sure we're doing the 45-foot tower with no signage on it. We still there?
I don't think we got to an answer on that one, Commissioner Hawkins. I think we know, Commissioner Hawkins, where staff is on that one. I think we know where the applicant is on that one. We know the difference now between a sign and a structure. Thank you. I'm the planner here. I should know this stuff. Right? So I think we have the answers. Now we just have to discuss it when we get to that point. So where does that leave us? Oh, traffic. Lauren, you're ready to talk about traffic at 11 o'clock, right? Let's go there.
I wasn't sure you were calling me there, but let's go. Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Johnson.
I'm gonna hit, actually, before Lauren even gets a chance to talk, I want to have Angela come up, because I have a somewhat traffic-related question. It did come up a couple of times in public comment today. There's discussion about the existing frontage road and the comment that the frontage road is going away. Can you explain to me what the plan is for that frontage road access alongside 395?
When that frontage road was, when 395 went in and that frontage road was right next to it, there was frankly a problem with the way that the hydrology works in that area. And so that frontage road creates a problem with more of a dam structure. Right now, when there's a lot of water, it goes over 395. The culvert under 395 is undersized, and there's some challenges there, so that all needs to be fixed. So the frontage road needs to go away, and it's part of a phased plan. With phase 1, half of that frontage road will go away, and then with phase 2, the rest of that frontage road will go away. But all of that access will be rerouted through Stonegate, so all of those residents that currently use that frontage road, and there's not very many of them, they'll still have access to get to White Lake Parkway through an alternative route.
Okay, that was the answer I was looking for, that it's going away in its current configuration, but the path of travel will still exist along where that is now.
Correct.
Okay. I'll allow the rest of the questions to go towards Lauren, and I'll let somebody else start with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You can certainly continue going if you want. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hawkins.
60,000 daily trips, is that a good figure?
Is that a good figure? Is that an accurate figure?
Yes.
That's our best estimation based on what we know today. And we made a best estimation of the traffic that would be under the existing zoning, compared them. Those are the best numbers I can give you today.
For build out.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
20
thank you.
years.
I'm not ready on traffic questions yet. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I'll see if I can go from my notes here to get the requirement. There's I think this was in the okay. I think it's the question in the revised exhibit number 2, there was a requirement talking about, and actually, Lauren, I'm going to apologize. I'm going to have to ask Heather to come up and respond to this one. Sorry. It'll get to you eventually, but I'll start with Heather. Heather, there is a requirement in here, and I know there's some comments from the developer's side, the applicant's side, but talking about a traffic analysis within each phase and having that be basically presented to the city prior to the acceptance of what's moving forward. So in other words, a discussion of whether or not the traffic is generating a certain amount and how that impacts further down the road. My question is, to what end? I mean, if that says that it doesn't work and that the improvements on 395 have not yet occurred, what are we recommending to do as a response to that?
Heather Manzo, Assistant Planner for the record. So traffic is one of staff's primary concerns with the project. And based on concerns that were shared through the June 29th meeting, the applicant has provided a phasing plan of the development that is anticipated to coincide with phasing or development of freeway and regional road infrastructure improvements. So based on it's Exhibit 3 in the staff report, or sorry, Exhibit C of the staff report. Based on what they've provided us, we have carried forward that information to justify that those improvements that are going to be necessary to serve the development without affecting capacity and level of service will be in place before the phasing is developed out. And so that's where the recommendation of that condition came into play.
And so, based on that comment, if the improvements along 395, which are not the responsibility of either the developer or the city, are not in place, yet the tentative map or the request comes through and the traffic study indicates that it's warranted, I guess I'm trying to figure out, what is that? Does that just basically mean that can't, we're stating we can't, we're trying to include in there that we cannot allow that portion of the development to occur until something that neither of us have any control over is taken care of?
Without those improvements that the applicant has provided in those illustrations, without those improvements in place, this project will have a negative impact on level of service and capacity issues along those regional and freeway roadways.
So it's basically, for what you're saying, it would then be tied to findings that would need to be made rather than any specific thing in the handbook that limits it from happening. So for example, in that exhibit, by the time we get to, and if I say this wrong, Angela, please correct me, but there's requirements basically by phase 2, or even, phase 2, where southbound widening on 395 will have occurred essentially from Parr Boulevard to the Spaghetti Bowl, if I'm reading this correctly. And so if that doesn't occur, staff is in support of the finding, staff would be unable to make findings that traffic is being addressed because that's not in place. And we're tying that directly to this planned unit development.
That's correct, and those are master plan and zoning map amendment findings that we used the materials provided to analyze.
Okay. I'm sure there's a follow-up question in there somewhere, but I don't have it right now. So, Mr. Chairman, I will either let somebody else follow that up or come at it from a different point while I think of what my follow-up question is.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson. Heather, I'm going to ask you a question, and maybe Lauren can help me out too. The staff report for the last meeting in June looked at, for lack of a better term, we'll call it the capture, rate of in the North Valleys. Blanking on the term here, it's getting late. So trips not making it all the way down to the Spaghetti Bowl, but being captured in the North Valleys. In this phasing plan, as industrial jobs continue to expand, potentially, as anticipated, are we capturing those trips in this analysis?
I'm going to defer to the engineers to answer that question.
Thank you. Guess that's you, Lauren.
All right, great. Do you mind if I back up just a hair, though, about this phasing plan? Because it's key.
Yep.
This phasing plan is not intended to be a phasing plan of the development's offsite improvements. I can't be any more clear than this. This list is verbatim from the 2040 Regional Transportation Plan that outlines the programmed improvements for the region. These were the specific ones that were identified in the North Valleys. The exhibit was provided, is getting late, provided to illustrate the timing of Stonegate's phases in general over the next 20-year period and the timing of offsite improvements as outlined in that plan over a 20-year period. There is no direct nexus between those two. You follow me? That we are not saying all these improvements will be in by phase 2. There is no way we could assure you of that, as they are all governed by the Regional Transportation Plan, NDOT, RTC, primarily funding those, right? We have no control over those things. What our responsibility is to provide a traffic study at each phase that demonstrates how the project is working in relationship to the freeway and arterial system. That's a condition that's already in the handbook. We absolutely understand and know that we have to do that. There is no way, though, that we can tie this phase to that improvement. I assure you that list will change 5 years from now. It's the RTP. It's going to change based on priority, funding levels, needs. I've worked in this community 20 years. I remember when the big issue was 395 North, back when it was 395, in front of Grand Sierra Resort, and that was the topic that we could not get over. 4 years later, that was improved, and we don't talk about it anymore. Today, it's 395 South. Yes, there's congestion there, and NDOT has plans. They're working on that. It's the Spaghetti Bowl. Yes, it's in process. That will change that condition, and 5 years from now, I assure you, we'll be talking about something else as the hot issue. So those priorities will change. The timing is going to change, and it doesn't make sense to tie those directly to the project phases. It simply doesn't have a nexus. So my recommendation would be to you, let's study it with each phase as we know we need to. We'll identify the impacts. We'll identify the timing. We'll know better at phase 4 and 5 that are 15 years from now where we stand. And that's the appropriate time to measure those impacts, identify the appropriate mitigations, and take care of it. To tie it to something that we have no control over simply doesn't work. And there's a pent-up demand for housing in this community. The housing units are going to come online in the North Valleys. And you might ask yourself, do I want to, put an artificial stopping point, if you will, on this project while those other projects come in underneath, bits and pieces at a time, bits and pieces at a time? Or do I want development that's very clearly defined through phases, through triggers at the interchanges that we're assessing as a whole? What's the relationship of those? Because we're talking about something much bigger. We're talking about all development in the North Valleys, really, if we put a stop point. So I went off a little there. I apologize, but I do want to answer the question. If you remind me specifically what it was, if I did not answer it, I apologize.
No, and I think you captured it well, that, the analysis that you did looks at the phasing of the development with the phasing of the infrastructure improvements that are anticipated using the 2040 RTP, using what we know is planned. My question was, how do you then put another layer over the top of that, and one that was included in the previous staff report? And one point that I've heard as a positive of the project is that we're providing housing options for the North Valleys, because we know that as a city, the North Valleys are going to be an increasingly bigger employment center, that not all the trips are going to go over to Trick. They're not all going to go down to South Meadows. They're going to be captured within the North Valleys. So my question was, how does your analysis, and I'm not asking that it needs to, but did it, and take that into consideration that over time it's going to be, the traffic is going to be going a shorter distance?
It does, of course, and that's why I mentioned earlier on that we're creating a center, however you want to define that precisely. Ultimately, as you build a major master plan community further to the northwest, those travel patterns change. The future analyses, all these traffic impact studies that have to come with future phases, are going to look at where those trips are being made to and from, right? We're going to be looking at what else is developed. With future travel demand models, we're going to see that the patterns are changing. We're going to see how much of that's really going and what's changed. I mean, Reno State Airport could pop, right? I mean, we hope. And what does that do? How does it change? And we don't know that precisely today, but we will with future phases of the project and future impact studies. We do know that travel patterns will change. We do know that the North Valleys is changing as a whole. And so we'll assess it at the time. And no, we can't define that precisely today. No one can. But the future studies certainly will.
Okay. I know we have Dan from RTC in the back too. I want to ask a follow-up question related to that from the agency's perspective. Dan, thanks for sticking it out with us.
No worries.
So my question relates to, we look at the phasing of this project, and it's, it goes out to 2039 at the end of phase 5. And we're looking at the phasing of the infrastructure from the RTC's perspective. As you get deeper and deeper into these phases and get closer and closer to that 5,000 unit count out there. And again, this is sort of, putting our long range planning hat on here, but that's what you do with the 2040 plan. How is that from the RTC's perspective in doing this planning? If you have essentially a hub, like Lauren was talking about, with residential, commercial development that's pulling, that trip generation out farther to the west. I mean, how would that change the RTP? You've got all of this planned growth to accommodate southbound trips, but then over time, all of a sudden, you've got sort of this pull out to the west. I mean, what process would you go through to accommodate that?
Right. No, that's a great question. Dan Denges, planning manager with RTC, for the record. And I think Lauren did an excellent job of really kind of explaining the process. But so we update this plan. We're required to, actually. It's a federal document every 4 years. And every time we do that, as part of that process, we run a travel demand model, which takes into account the most recent land use that we have, and as well as forecasted land use. And we work very closely with TMRPA, and they develop the consensus forecast, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with. And so once we kind of get on the same page and the consensus forecast is approved, that's then what we use kind of as a base to, as an input into the model when we look at, our current volumes. We kind of calibrate that so that we have our base model, which when we feel that it, basically accurately reflects what's out there, compare it to actual traffic counts, that sort of thing. And then the model kind of does its trick. I'm not a modeler, so I can't really speak to the kind of the technical side of it, but essentially that's what we would do. And I would think with any future growth that happens in the North Valleys, and if you are seeing more of that kind of commercial, industrial, retail up in the North Valleys, that's going to be reflected in our travel demand model, and that trip distribution is going to change. And I think it will reflect that you won't see as many trips heading down south into, say, the downtown core from the North Valleys if you have these other attractors, and you'll see more kind of, internal trips, if you will, to that area. I don't know if that helps.
It does, yeah, absolutely. And my follow-up question to that is what implications then does that have on the regional road network in the North Valleys if all of a sudden you have more trips kind of circulating around that area? Then we'd be looking at, are we getting to the point where we can start talking about transit service in the North Valleys?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, when we do our update to our plan, we kind of pride ourselves in extensive public outreach. And so a lot of our projects that are in our RTP that make it in there, it's kind of comes from a combination of things, but a big chunk of that is, public input, what the priorities are of the public. Obviously, funding's always an issue, and even like in the case with NDOT, updating the spaghetti bowl and the studying that, as well as the 395 corridor. Whatever comes out of that will likely influence, because some of the projects in here now, I'll admit, are, they've kind of been around for a while and they've been carried over from previous plans, which is another source of that project. So I think it's kind of a combination. Certainly, we'll hear from the public side of things, and if they feel like more investment should be happening there. And we'll look at funding, and again, with whatever new studies come out that kind of demonstrates the need for some of those investments in that area, then that can dramatically shift how our projects are laid out. So, and that's really part of the reason why, the federal government requires us to update these plans every 4 years, because especially, Reno's probably one of the best examples. We are going through this period of growth, and things change and priorities change. So we kind of do a new snapshot, every 4 years to guide that development and investment.
I'm going to ask you one more question. Maybe it's not fair to ask you, but I know that from sitting on the RIF TAC that this proposed PUD, is not considered within the RIF right now. If adding it in, those funds that are generated, what would be the best nexus for applying those funds, do you think, based on what we just talked about with, the potential for more circulation in the North Valleys versus, the trips going down south? I mean, and how is that decision made, I guess, is really the big question.
So I'll speak as best I can to this. Julie Masterpool is one of the engineering managers that kind of administers the program, but I did have a little conversation with her about it earlier today. And basically, in order for any project to be to qualify for the RIF credits or waivers, for that example, for that matter, the project has to be identified in the RTP, and then from there into our CRP, our Capital Improvement Program, which looks at a 10-year period. And then we begin to identify based on the land use. And she has a spreadsheet that she shared with me, and I probably can't do it justice, but it looks at the different types of land use, like residential, industrial, commercial, and each has its kind of own weight and what that impact fee would be, and those associated with the project. So if the development is located on or adjacent to like an arterial, which is a regional road and it's identified as a project in our RTP, then that would be eligible for RIF funding. I don't know the kind of the details of the program, but that's kind of the basic overview of it.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Commissioners, other questions? Yeah, thanks for sticking around with us.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually now have my follow-up to my follow-up question.
Excellent.
And actually, Lauren, you helped me out quite a bit. If you come back up, I'm going to run this by you. So the questions that I asked to Heather were in direct response to some comments that were included in their exhibits to us. As you noted in your response to Chair Gower, currently there's nothing in the PUD that ties any of these improvements that we're talking about to the development. What I do see in here, as you mentioned, there is a requirement at the beginning of every phase to do traffic study. It appears that the improvements that are tied to the traffic study are the improvements to the interchange at 395. So based on that, can you walk me through, I guess, at what point in time is this all based on the number of trips that are generated, or is it tied more to the number of units? Are you purely looking at the number of trips?
Yeah, all of those, Lauren Chilson, Traffic Works, all of those triggers, thresholds are tied directly to maintaining level of service D or better.
At the interchange?
At the interchange, all of those elements, the ramp widenings, the interim signalization, later the full interchange improvement, they're all tied specifically to level of service. They're not tied specific to a number of units because the north side and the south side after phase 2, 3 may be starting to go at the same time. And it's very difficult to start saying, well, let's set it at 900 or, well, we better use a bigger number than that, 1,900 units. Well, what does that mean? Are they half in the north, half in the south? So the most appropriate way to set those triggers is based on the level of service thresholds, which of course be studied with each phase.
Okay. So then, and Angela might have to help on this one, the area in the town center, not all of that is residential. There's some developments in there, either potential high school, potential commercial. Is there a requirement if one of those comes online to do a traffic study for that, because those trips would be looked at dramatically different than, say, the residential development?
I may let Angela jump in on this one too, but my understanding is each phase, if there's a phase, if a portion of the north side pops up independently, that's going to be some first phase in the north side. I have to assume there's likely an analysis to go with that as well.
Angela, if you can maybe clarify on here, it's not, I just want to make sure that I've got the requirements in the PUD so that since the town center is not tied to a phase, it's the town center, what is going to trigger having to do a traffic study on that? Because I can see getting to a level of service pretty quickly with some type of commercial development or even the high school before even phase 1 is halfway built out.
Yeah, the timing of the town center is kind of that unknown because it's based on a lot of factors such as market conditions, when the high school comes on board, anything that triggers a special use permit in the use table. So we were talking about outdoor storage. If we decide that that's a special use permit, that would trigger a special use permit. That would then, if the number of trips associated with that project meet the zoning code threshold for triggering a traffic review, that would be part of that review.
Okay, thank you. And Janelle, I see you getting up. You knew the follow-up was this. Is the statement correct that anything that we're going to be seeing based on the handbook's description of what's required, those will trigger the traffic studies for us to review and make sure that we're tracking along with what's in the handbook?
Janelle Thomas again for the record. Yeah, so we do have thresholds for traffic studies. So 200 peak hour trips would trigger a traffic study on any project. And so I would imagine that the vast majority of the projects that are in that town center would probably meet that threshold where they would have to perform some sort of traffic impact study or full traffic study just depending on the levels that we're looking at.
So based on that, we'll be tying everything together, the part of the PUD, looking at that. I just want to make sure that we're all comfortable. I know there's a number of comments that were made in the traffic section of the handbook, and I don't see any comments with response to those. So
Right.
as long as we're comfortable that we're going to see all of the right traffic counts when we do and we can review this, that's the question. So,
Yeah.
okay.
So, and I believe that we're covered by code in that particular instance. Can I bring up one other kind of scheduling?
Well, it's 11:15, so
or
we're kind of letting the rules
phasing?
slide apparently at this point. No,
Yeah, I wanted.
I'm kidding.
I know when you were discussing the frontage road issue, I wanted to make sure that I got this on the record, that we want to make sure that as that is removed and replaced, that we have proper circulation and planning for the phased approach to that particular portion of the project. On that frontage road, we can't just cut off a portion of it and then presume that people are still going to be able to get through. So I just wanted to make sure that the phasing of that was discussed a little bit further.
And I appreciate that, because that kind of went back to my initial conversation, that I don't want that to be cut off at any point in time. So thank you for putting that on the record. That's exactly where I was going with that.
Right.
That should be maintained at all times, even if a portion of it is being retired or replaced.
Exactly. And so each tentative map that we would see, or any kind of entitlement like that, would likely end up with conditions that require any kind of final subdivision to be presented as a standalone project, so that proper circulation is maintained and all of those accesses are maintained.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No more questions.
What I'd like to do now and go from here is ask the commissioners if there are any other questions, really in general. It doesn't have to be related to traffic. And what I'd like to propose is that we wrap up our questioning for this evening. And at this point, I mean, I don't know the energy level of the rest of the commission, but I don't think that my ability to provide reasonable discussion would be fair to the applicant, to the project, or to the proposal in general. I'm leaning towards finishing up questioning, getting to discussion at another meeting. I'd be curious to hear the feedback from the rest of the commission to that approach, and getting some, once I get that feedback, maybe we can have a quick recess. We can talk about path forwards, potential dates of follow-up meetings. So feedback on that proposal? Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll start. I don't have any further questions to go on this evening. I believe that I have enough information to make a decision. But I am not confident that all of the changes from staff and from the applicant can be covered by us making a motion and clarifying each and every item to make sure all things are covered. I just don't have that confidence. The document that's before us tonight is refined from what we saw in June, but it is still so bloody that I would have to go back through page by page in order to make sure everything is covered and correct before I could make a motion, make a second on a motion, or even vote on a motion. And I'm not saying whether that's in favor or denial of, I'm saying on any of it. Right. So would agree with the direction that you're headed, and hopefully, if my fellow commissioners are in agreement with me, that you will allow us a 10-minute break. We come back and discuss a future date and what our expectations as Planning Commission is from staff and the applicant, and what we will require in order to move to a motion. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah, and I agree with that. And, you know, I think that there's a need to have some discussion. I mean, we had a lot of items tonight where we got answers to our questions that, you know, the next step that we go through is to talk about it and, you know, kind of work our way through some of those issues. And, you know, that's going to take some time, I think. And I'm in the same boat as you, Commissioner Weisky. I have the answers that I need. I don't foresee needing to ask any other questions, so I would propose that for the next meeting, if we go that direction, that if we have to ask a question, okay, we can ask a question, but really try to keep that portion limited and stick to the discussion items at the dais here, working through some of the, you know, issues for us, so related to the findings. So that's kind of where I'm at. I agree with you. I'm fine with taking a 10-minute recess to talk about that. Ask the other commissioners if there's any additional feedback. Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Johnson, thank you. Actually, no feedback. I was just going to echo that. Again, my questions have been answered, but my concerns about bringing everything together. And as you said, I was waiting for Commissioner Weisky to try to tick off everything in the motion, just for the pure ability to send corrections down his way. So
thank you, Commissioner Johnson, for that vote of confidence, and I have everything but 3 pages squared away.
Perfect. So
I just can't figure out which 3.
I understood.
Okay, good.
So I would support both the idea of giving us a 10-minute break to look at a few things. I am curious, as a part of this discussion, from the applicant side, we've already brought them back here once, I think with good reason. I think what we've seen has been a dramatic improvement, has addressed a lot of things, but obviously based on the scale and the magnitude and the interest in this, we want to get it right. And I think there's some things that, while, as you say, we've been here a long time, I don't really want to continue being here a long time when perhaps we can find a close date to now to be able to come back to. So.
Well said. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll come back. We'll figure out next steps.